Good morning. Welcome to Bassmaster Live. Once again, we are coming to you from the state of Alabama. Last week, we were at Wheeler Lake on the Tennessee River, and here for the 7th stop of the year out of 9 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series, we are at Smith Lake, north central Alabama, or actually west central Alabama. And the Elites have never, ever had a single tournament here. Hard to believe. We had plenty of opens, plenty of college events, but the first time ever for the Elites to be here. And Davey Height, we think of our last stop at Wheeler Lake, those wide, flat expanses, the Decatur Flats. We're in a vertical situation now.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that we're in the same state, the state of Alabama, but very, very different fishery the anglers are on here this week. It's going to be a very different tournament. Ounces will be gold. It'll be very, very close between, let's say, honestly, probably like 80th place and 40th place. It's going to be shocking, in my opinion, after day 2, how little it is. You know, probably 2 pounds is going to separate almost half the field.
Well, those kind of tournaments can make for really, really great competition, as you say right there. We're looking at our 98 anglers. This is about an hour earlier today at the takeoff there, the Smith Lake Park, in the northeastern part of the lake. Of course, we got a great group of anglers out here. A lot of scores to be settled with us. This is Act 3 of our season. We're entering the final third right here. We've got some good up-and-comers and veterans in the mix here, including a rookie who's doing great, a man named Wesley Gore from Alabama.
We're one of the last boats out. We got all day to make it happen. It's a big, giant weather change compared to what we've been practicing this week. No wind, rain, chance of isolated thunderstorms. Obviously, if it thunderstorms, we'll get some wind, so maybe that'll open up some bite windows. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how it affects the fish, the overcast weather. I generally like it to be sunny here, and we're just going to take it for what it is and learn every time we get a chance to learn. So hopefully the fish give us a clue today, and we can catch a few. We're going to be around some. We just got to make them bite.
Excited coming into this one. I've been looking forward to this one for as soon as they announced the schedule last year. I was excited about this one. Practice was good. Might have been too good. It was dang good.
So we're gonna chase them out here in the middle of the ocean as long as we can. You know, just that's where most of the big ones are right now. And this, like I said, you might go 30 minutes and not see a pack, and then all of a sudden you get in a little area and see 8 or 10. So that's going to be the game plan today. Keep the trolling motor in the water, keep looking at that active target, and just cover as much ground as I can.
All right, guys, here we go. Day 1 at Lake Smith. Looking forward to getting after some spotted bass today. Probably going to be doing a lot of live scoping. Going to try to mix in some shallow, though, with these conditions. And like I said, hopefully we get a couple 3-pound plus bites, whether they're spotted bass or largemouth.
Well, there you go, 4 of the 6 anglers that we're going to be in the boat with all day long today. Interesting to hear what they had to say. Let's take a look at our unofficial standings right now after 1 hour of fishing time. And Cody Huff, Missouri, the man on top of the leaderboard, really having a great season. Had a great classic earlier in the year to get himself really put up to the top. Bryant Smith of California. A lot of people picking him because he is a spotted bass expert from out there in California. Trey McKinney, our leader in the points race. Chris Johnston of Canada and Jacob Fouts also in 3rd place to start today in the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points race. We see some more Alabamans, about 3 of them in the rest of that top 10 right there. We can't wait to get this started today. Thank you for being with us this morning. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the great Davey Height, former Classic champ, 2-time Progressive Angler of the Year. Ronnie Moore and Mike Sucon are all ready to go here. And Davey, this place, we have not been here. I mean, the Elites have never been here. You were here back in 2004, I think, and maybe 2005 as well, when it was a tour event, and then one of the old Elite 50 events.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've been to this lake, but I enjoyed fishing, had success there. Never won an event, but I think I made money, made checks every time I was there. So, and I chose to fish shallower for largemouth most of the time, but the thing has really changed since we were here in 04 and 05. The spotted bass have gotten bigger. The blueback herring has helped that a lot, so I think we'll see a mixture of the spotted bass and largemouth all 4 days.
Yeah. Ronnie Moore, I mean, we got a great Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race going on here. I think Steve Wright wrote a thing. Our average age
Oh, no, no doubt.
The top 10 in that race is the same as what our rookie average age used to be years ago.
Yes, yeah, their brains are finally fully developed, just over that 25-year-old range. But like you mentioned it, when we came out to that leaderboard, Cody Huff at the top of the leaderboard. Even though he's from the Ozarks, he likes fishing this style, pelagic, offshore, maybe suspended fish. He has moved up to 3rd in Angler of the Year. Trey and Justin Hamner are not safe in 1st and 2nd with Cody Huff, especially with his smallmouth record as well up north. So we'll keep an eye on Angler of the Year. This is the last southern event of our season before we head north. A lot of questions will be answered over the next month for our competitors, but if you can gain as many points as possible here, there's only 8 days left in the season after we leave Cullman, Alabama.
Goes by so very fast. And Suit, you're always watching weights, you're watching points. What are you watching to start this 4 days of fishing at Smith Lake?
Well, Brian Smith has just caught 2 fish to fill his limit. He's taken over the lead, but I'm concerned about that Classic Cut 40th. We got some big name guys. Hackney is on the bubble at 40th. Drew Cook's behind him at 41st. You got Gussie at 48th. Fujita, Christie, Palmer, and Cobb are all in the 50s. Ito 60. They got to make some moves here.
Yeah, we're going to be concerned with that line, the 40 or so points line for the rest of the season and beyond here, because it's very, very important. One of the many things these anglers are trying to get done as we head into, again, the last third of this season. Let's take you out to the water. Boy, it looks like Lake Lanier there, doesn't it? It looks like every shot we've ever had of Lake Lanier. And it is very similar. Same deal. Foothills of the Appalachians, Canyon Lake.
When we were pulling footage for the live well and for other preview things, Tommy, it's like, what lakes could you compare it to? Lakes like Chateaugue, lakes like Lanier, lakes like maybe Hartwell, the way you would fish them. And then you could even mix in a little bit of Table Rock and lakes like that. So you said Bryant Smith, California. That is this type. Oroville, you know, Folsom, those types of lakes, no doubt.
There's your points leader, Trey McKinney.
There she is. Might be a keeper. It's not very big. I thought it was a lot bigger.
Trey already with 3 fish in the boat this morning. I mentioned it's been a long time since I've been there, Tommy. In 04 and 05 to catch a over a 15-inch spotted bass was a treasure, but now a lot of these anglers have said there's a lot of these fish that are 14 to almost 16 inches that, you know, catching 30 and 40 fish a day, a lot of these guys in practice that were keepers.
Yeah.
The 3-pounders are gold now, 3 and 4-pounders.
Oh.
Yeah, won't necessarily be worried about inches. They will. You want to catch 15-inch fish. 12 inches normally wherever we go is the spotted bass size limit, but 15 here at Smith. So the key is, though, are you going to have a 15-inch bullet, or like Trey's first one we saw of the day, a little bit of gut to it, and that's going to make a huge difference for sure. And if you can catch a bonus largemouth or maybe one of those wolf pack and spotted bass that's 3.5 to 4, that's a game changer. You're weighing in basically 6 fish that day.
Greg DePalma just caught a 3-2. That's our Phoenix Boats big bass leader.
There you
early.
go.
That means a lot. That means a lot.
And we don't know. That could be a largemouth. It could be a spot this week.
Yeah. Right.
Even when it says 5-pounder, we will maybe believe largemouth, but I would not put it past them to see a 5-pound spot this week.
We're in the boat with Shane LeHue all day. He's a spotted bass specialist, Lake Norman guy, Herring Lake. Lots of reasons we're with him.
Decent. Yeah. Pretty close.
Oh, yeah.
I think he'll score. Might want the white one. See it better.
They might have switched up colors of baits. Today is cloudy and rainy there. They haven't had any of that in practice, so it certainly could be smart to to try to experiment with different baits, colors.
They didn't like the heat and they didn't like the sun, but they've gotten so used to it. Now they've relied on it, and now it's cloudy and it's different than what they wanted.
A heavier head. I've tried a lighter head. Oh, he's got me in the brush. I don't think he's a keeper. He'll be close.
Makes that fish hate him in the brush. A lot of these anglers
He's long
will
and
be
skinny.
focusing on man-made brush piles, some standing timber.
Yeah, I think the cloud cover is just really making them swim really fast.
Cody Huff just joined Brian Smith with a limit, 2 ounces shy of his 9-pound total. We have almost half the field with fish in the 40s.
Fishing a lot of deep stuff this week. This is the deepest lake in Alabama. I think it's the first place we've been, guys, that we'll see fish suspended over 50 feet of water and more.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see that there. Davey's got his graph set to about 30 feet for the depth, and you can't even see the bottom, but you don't necessarily need to if you're targeting bait and bass in that 30 to top of the water column.
Oh, there you go. The bait dropped right down on one and he came up. That's a good sign when they're coming up to meet the bait.
That's a good one right there.
That fish was down about 25 feet deep. He had to get the bait within 5 feet of it and it came up.
That's what I'm talking about right there. That'll get us started. That was a little backhanded sweep right there. A little double, not a big one, but we'll take it. Golly. It's definitely a keeper. I'll weigh him, I'll tell you what he is. They're biting today. I can already tell you. That's the first bass I've seen. And the way he reacted, everybody's gonna catch him.
Yeah, he mentioned that. When you see those fish come up to meet your bait on the way down, that's a good thing. That's a good thing for the angler.
114.
Wesley Gore, one of our high-functioning rookies out there, started the day in the top 10. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points and has moved up during the course of the day.
Hey, we're not doing too shabby. Most of the people on our desk right here have picked John Garrett and Wesley Gore for Rookie of the Year. They're doing great, top 10 in points. Too bad they're 100 points behind Trey McKinney, but they're tied for second for Rookie of the Year.
We're great runner-up gang out of here.
Both Chris and Corey Johnson just popped into our top 10, couple fish.
Oh, they are biting.
Oh, I got too much out. Little guy. Thought he was smaller than that.
71 feet. That's what the graph is sitting over.
Maybe 15 inches.
Going from Shane LaHue over to Wesley Gore is a good example of Shane's fishing shallower and fishing brush, and Wesley Gore just fishing bait and where fish are.
15 and a quarter.
Using the live sonar is 100% what Wesley Gore is doing. Shane somewhat too, but also just the the waypoint for the brush pile itself.
I know big one. By no means. Yeah. Take them though. Right.
Long way from Lake Champlain, but this tournament sets up very similar to what we saw happen at Lake Champlain. A lot of fish over 50 plus feet of water. You got to find bait and those bigger fish.
We got a new leader, John Garrett.
There
5 fish over 2 pounds, 10.5 pounds. He's leading once again.
Jacob Porosnik won an open here in 2021.
In the fall, they're doing stuff similar to this, for sure.
He's the right one. They just so darn mean. Come here. Well, we're not going in empty-handed. Let me measure him first. But shoot, 16 inches.
A lot of fish catching already this morning. I think we're going to see it for 4 days. The big key is being able to figure out a way to catch a little different class of fish. One at a time. You know, if you catch fish that average a quarter pound or half pound more than most of the field, it's going to put you in the top 10. Or if you can find a way to catch a 4-pounder every day or every other day or so, it's going to separate you.
Hooked up again. How would you go about catching a largemouth?
So there'll be some like where Shane LaHue was fishing on the brush piles, the man-made brush piles for sure. They don't roam as much over the super deep water like you see what Wesley Gore was doing. Not sure about Jacob, but a lot of the people that really want to target at largemouth are going to fish shallow, look for those wolf pack groups of largemouth and spotted bass mix, but there'll be a few guys that'll just stay shallow looking for those wolf packs, and their percentage of largemouth versus spotted bass will be better, but they'll catch both.
Well, we got 2.
Somebody who vowed he's going to go after largemouth, Steve Kennedy's got 4 fish already. It's in our top 5.
One of the most confusing anglers I've ever covered. I have no idea what he's going to do.
He's looking for wolfpackers, but he might be over 150 feet of water.
He could be at the Wheeler Dam right now. I have no idea where he could be.
It worked for him. It usually works out good for him.
Check in with
They're not even like
classic champion Justin Hammer.
Come after that jerkbait hardly.
I mean, but is a jerkbait something that like you got lined up pretty much on your rod every tournament?
No doubt.
I mean, is that something that you feel like you do anywhere in the
Yep. It can replicate any type of bait fish that they'll ever be feeding on. Those suckers fight hard. It might be. Ah, look at. Stop. Why are you so mean? It might be 15. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a joy. 15. Yep. Shaky head. Number 1.
Davey, we traded you in last week. You were here for Wheeler, but we brought Justin Hamner in to do commentary for the Lake Eufaula Open. He said, I went and fished Smith on Memorial Day weekend, which happens to be just a few days before the cutoff. I think Memorial Day was the cutoff. He said he simulated what he's going to see boat traffic-wise, so I went and fished on the weekend of Memorial Day to figure out what's fishable, what's not fishable, and not too bad of a plan. And
that's a great
getting
plan.
A good start before the traffic gets out there.
Justin Hamner and Jordan Lee, maybe the 2 Alabama favorites for this lake. It'd be hard to judge, though. There's a lot of Alabama anglers with plenty of experience here.
Thank you.
Good to see a little variety this morning. Jordan Lee up shallow.
Skinny. Keeper.
Fish for those brim eaters, not the herring eaters.
Brim eater. I was hoping he was gonna be. He's long. Number 1. Skinny one.
Glad we got a camera with Jordan today. Be interesting to see if he stays shallow like that all day long, or he does this and then goes deeper.
Be great to have that sort of variety in the mix there for sure. We always appreciate that. Let's get back out to Shane LaHue.
We kind of had that plan, Davey, to save Jordan for Smith, knowing he was in the AOI race, and we did not expect him to fall flat at Wheeler, so he's taken a step back, but a great week here could put him somehow back in it.
solid fish there for change. Look huge.
2019 Open winner Caleb Kufall in our top 10 out 7th with 3 fish.
Good job for him. Very
Won that one
dangerous
in
angler.
April.
Yeah.
When I believe he won that one.
Yep. Well, there's a look at it. That's about as wide an expanse of water as you'll see here on this lake. It's only 21,000 acres. Boy, a lot of shoreline, a lot of little places to go with little cuts and hide. But John Garrett already won this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. 10 pounds and 8 ounces, a good limit in the boat today. Bryant Smith of California, a lot of people picking him, pointing at him as a spotted bass pro for sure. Cody Huff, Chris Johnston, Alabama's Steve Kennedy coming into the picture here. Steve Kennedy, who had a little bit of trouble last week in Wheeler Lake after a good start, but what we've seen so far is pretty encouraging, Davey Hyde.
It really is. A lot of fish catching, a lot of fish catching. You know, this tournament's like every other tournament. To win, you've got to figure out a way to catch a different class of fish than the other anglers. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to catch them all day long. That's what all of our trusted sources say. Get them over 15 inches and you've got yourself a keeper. Should be a busy, busy day on Smith Lake in Alabama. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite on Smith Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Just getting started, got about an hour and 20 minutes of fishing under our belts here on the 7th stop of the year of 9 events of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series. First time ever for the elites to fish on Smith Lake. A lot of people find that hard to believe. Most of them have fished here in other tournaments, other formats, college, opens. But the first time ever for the elites specifically to be here in their almost 20-year history. There's our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader, basically from the start of the season, Trey McKinney.
Oh my gosh, that's a big one. Lock up. There he is. That's a good one. Come on. There we go. Of course, the one that did was the biggest one, but I have to get used to that. Don't want that little thing in my live well.
Take a look at Smith Lake. Hummingbird lay of the lake. Unlock the lake. Get a good look down on that lower end Smith Lake Park. That's where most of the fishermen will be this time of the year from what I've heard talking to some of the guys that fish. The cool thing about Smith Lake is 21,000 acres, one of the smallest fisheries we go to.
I think, yeah.
But a lot of shoreline, about 500 miles of shoreline you see. There's 3 main arms that feed this, and typically when we've been here, it's earlier in the year, a lot of the anglers would go up in these arms, these 3 arms, and these long creeks to fish for the largemouth. With those fish are moving in there to spawn. Quite a bit of the anglers do that time of year, but this time of the year, looking at the Hummingbird Unlock the Lake, I would think 75% of our field will be on the lower end right there around the takeoff. But a lot of options we saw earlier. I saw a couple of the anglers moving way up these creeks, but 80%, 90% of our field will be right down around the Smith Lake Park, and we'll see a lot of fish catches there. Hummingbird Unlock the Lake.
Get out to Shane LaHue on this 65-year-old lake, Alabama Power Lake, on the Sipsey Fork of the Black Warrior River system.
Also, another factor, Davey, is the proximity to takeoff. Is if you go 30 minutes in the morning when it's 6 a.m., it's going to be a lot more than 30 minutes on the way back at 2 o'clock with the boat traffic. So time-wise, where you spend your day is going to be important.
Definitely something you'll have to consider if you do choose to go up one of those arms.
At least that's the way it seemed to practice. I think they're a little more herring oriented down there. So, I mean, just getting a limit settles you down. Like I said, the weights are going to be really, really close across the board. You're going to see a ton of like 10 to or 9 to 11 pound weights.
That's your Lowrance bird's eye view. You mentioned one thing we haven't talked too much about. This is, since those 20 years ago tournaments, pre-Elite Series, it's become a herring life. It has, that's changed the size of these fish, average size.
It certainly has, and the jury's out on whether herring are good for a body of water or not, but I can certainly tell you, having fished there about 20 years ago, that the average size of the spotted bass is double what it was since the blueback herring got in this lake. It's a lot of 1-pounders 20 years ago.
Couple
now
different
there's a lot
minnow-style
of
baits. I've got out a drop shot. If I see some close to the bottom, they've really been biting it the best, but we're out here over 70. They're not going to chase it to the bottom at 70.
What Shane was mentioning there. Now, we saw him fishing brush piles earlier, and your bait selection is very different when you're up there in 30 feet of water. That's fishing shallow here on this lake this week.
It looks like a bigger fish, but I don't
over that 70 foot of water, you have to use baits that you can get down to those fish and can hover that bait around where those fish are suspended, not pass right by like a drop shot.
Jay secured our 6th angler with a limit, up to 5th place.
Well, hello.
Ooh.
Stupid gar got my line. God, Jacob.
Sounds like maybe Jacob had a gar on earlier and didn't retie and is frustrated. Maybe he should have. Good solid fish there, unfortunately. Broke him off.
Jacob, 9 years with the Bassmaster Elite Series, off and on.
So critical when you get, that was above average size fish there. Wasn't a monster, but definitely above average.
From the veteran with 3 wins, we go to the rookie, Wesley Gore. 3 Elite Series wins. He's got 5 wins over Aldous Poroznik with the Bassmaster.
See a group of fish there about 70 feet away. One going up to meet his bait. Ooh.
That was a good one too.
He's gonna get another chance. They are all over his bait. There we go. Get a group of them like that. Show interest. You're likely gonna hook up.
I bet that one's 15, but he weighs about a pound. Ooh. 15. We're gonna put this one in as a 1-0. This one is skinty.
It's a whole nother level there, Tommy. Skin T.
Yeah.
Skin T.
So small you got to add letters to the name.
that's
For emphasis. Yeah, for emphasis, as they say. A classic champ, Justin Hamner. You heard him just when we got started today. My practice went too good. Almost scared him. He was so
That's
pumped
good to
up
hear.
about this place. Yeah.
Good to hear. We don't hear that often.
We needed more
enough.
social media posts like that to get the tournament going, you know?
Absolutely.
You can't fit in doing that stuff.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Draw too much attention to yourself.
Notice there, Justin is not fishing as deep as most of the other anglers. Shane LaHue started out on some brush, shallow, but then he went out over deeper water. But that's one thing I've noticed about Justin Hamner through his couple years on the elites, that he uses the live sonar as much or as anyone, but he tends to fish shallower. He did the same thing in the Classic.
Yeah.
A lot of those anglers were fishing twice as deep as he was. Ooh, that's a good-looking fish, but it's a little short.
Not gonna make it.
That's all Smith Lake Special 14.5.
They're just not feeding yet. Like Joseph said, they'll just come up there and chase everything right now, but if they don't want to bite, my God, they ain't gonna bite.
Justin Hamner, whose home lake is Lake Tuscaloosa, which is a rocky, clear water situation. Not a lot of generation or current or anything like that, just kind of a big,
Yeah, and he said
not big, but a small lake.
dealing with 9 to 11 pound bags and culling up by ounces is the name of the game that he grew up on. So he's not afraid of Smith if that's what it
No.
turns into. He would love to catch a kicker early, though.
Didn't take Jordan Lee long to lay that top water down and get on out there around those blueback herring. We'll have a number of anglers that stay shallow all day long. I mean, you'd think of John Cox.
Oh, yeah.
Caleb Kufall.
And there'll be periods of the day where, you know, you may think it won't work at noon when it's bright, high
I feel
skies.
like Wiggins. I see him schooling. I caught 20 pounds. That fish blew back.
Jordan's hometown, Cullman, Alabama, which is our host city
Yes.
here.
That's why we were saying on the intro, his 2 lakes he could classify as his home lakes would be Gunnersville, where he's used to live and spent a lot of time, and Smith, where he grew up and is now back at.
There are a lot of diehard tournament bass fishermen around Cullman, Alabama area there, northern Alabama. This lake gets fished a lot. Normally at night this time of the year.
Yeah, they turn into diehard nighttime anglers.
Jordan Lee, a 2-time Classic champ, 2016, 2017.
Great record here, 2 17ths, an 8 and a 4th in our opens.
Excuse me, 2017, 2018 was Classic.
Jordan mentioned talking to Jesse Wiggins, his buddy, or giving him a shout out. He's a 2-time Smith Lake winner. He is who we would call a local expert here, and I got to talk to him, and he said, even with this boat traffic that may get up during the days, it will eventually form a mud line, and I would not be surprised to see some anglers thrive with high skies in the afternoon if there's a mud line that develops, or starting the next morning where the mud line used to be the night before.
Wow. That was a lot bigger than that when he jumped.
Lots of fish catching.
Lots of fish catch inspected all day long. That's what everyone says. 15 inchers, though. That's what you got to have to make a limit. John Garrett's got the best limit of all. He's the first one into double digits unofficially. 10.5 pounds. Cody Huff. Both of those guys come off of great college careers into the Bassmaster Elite Series. Bryant Smith of California. Steve Kennedy, the veteran from Alabama. Been with the Elite Series for almost 20 years. Its 20-year existence. And Jay Shakira of Wisconsin in 5th place. Take a break and come right back. Day one of 4 days of fishing at the TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake here in Alabama. Got a rookie on top of that. I've got 2 of them on top of the leaderboard. Robert G. Great season along with John Garrett last year, and the St. Croix Bassmaster opens EQ, qualifying for the Elite Series this year, and look at him, 1 and 2 on top. Early on this day, Cody Huff, 3rd-year man, Bryant Smith of California, and veteran Steve Kennedy. Great mix of anglers and different experience levels at work here today. Ron Moore?
Yeah, well, welcome in Thursday morning here, Bassmaster Live, day one at Smith Lake. And when we get to this stage of the year, the heat of the summer, you start to think post-spawn wise that there's going to be maybe a shallow bite, but predominantly a deep bite. But at Smith Lake this week, I talked about speaking with Jesse Wiggins, and he said, I got to just send you something because you got to be able to see it to really understand what I'm talking about. Normally, when you think about a good wolf pack of fish, post-spawn, maybe 3 to 5 pounders, all swimming together along the bank, cruising the shoreline, it's 3 to 5 fish. This was one of the spectacles here on the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge from about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, what some of those wolf packs look like on Smith Lake. And if you can see that, I'm looking at 10 to 15, maybe 20 bass, various sizes, but spotted bass and largemouth mixed in, cruising the bank, bluegill and brim getting out of the way, swimming off. And the biggest thing with this is you could find this at 1 p.m. on a practice day. They're not going to be exactly where you found them the next day. You don't know where they started swimming from as a wolf pack, and you don't know where they're headed to, so you have to put yourself in a high percentage area and get around that region of the lake, whatever arm it could be, whatever short pocket it could be, put yourself in a position to be around that. And you have to dedicate some time to it. But if you do spend 3 or 4 hours, don't get a bite in that time period and roll up on that, it can be the biggest fish of your day. It could be a schooling frenzy. You could catch 3 or 4 of them and make your whole tournament based off the quality you could find in a wolf pack like that. So, Davey, I've always come to appreciate 3 to 5 wolf pack fish on Lake Norman. I would love to have 13 to 20 bass swimming in front of me, and maybe just get a couple each day and carry you 4 days.
And that's very unusual to see a group that big swimming the bank.
He didn't tell me where that was, though. I said, I just want to know. I'll look at the map and see who's nearby.
The big thing working against the guys here this week for those type fish, the wolf packers up shallow, is the full moon has passed, and they tend to do that a lot more when the moon is full, when those brim are up there on beds. Great video, though.
Oh, no doubt. Makes me want to go.
A bunch of fish right here. I just think. I like these big scoos out here. The Slick knows me though. I'm miserable doing this. The home lake's not going to play this week. Because they're out here in the middle of the lake.
Keeper number 3 for Jordan Lee last time for the elites, Davey, at Wheeler was all about, is this place going to reload? Is that place going to reload? This is a different proposition.
It is very, very different. These spotted bass in particular, they swim a lot like striped bass. So
that'd be fun if I caught a limit underneath your boat. They probably gonna get wrapped up in your motor. I got a big one and he wrapped up in Slick's motor. Oh shoot, it's about out of my hands. 15-incher. I just trying to get a limit.
One more for a limit for Jordan Lee. Should be there before too long. Back out to Jacob Porosnik.
I got you about that time. I don't understand how they can hit it so hard and not get it, you know what I mean? So
fish, Jacob?
The deal is, so it's like 30 foot's herring. Above that is shad, or I don't know. It's something else. It's not, but so in the day, like as a day, they run them herring to the top. Right now they're running them that way, so they're like, you know, leaving my screen. That's what the problem is at the moment.
Jacob 22nd in points race this year. That's doing pretty good. He's got two more events after this one, both in New York, and Jacob's done well in New York before.
Yeah, I could see, honestly, Davey, 22nd with 3 events left, a place that you've won and 2 up in New York. I could see him maybe poking in the top 10 by the time the season's done, which is what we come to expect from Jacob Porosnik.
Yeah.
We more so rag on him when he's closer to the classic cut. Like, hey, I thought you were actually good at this fishing thing. You're normally up in this range of top 10.
What he mentioned about the herring going down below his screen, he's out over really deep water, so you set your lower limit along with your forward limit using the live sonar, and you want to keep it as tight as you can to get a better picture. And that 30 foot to 0 is what most of these anglers will probably be using for their depth, even though they might be over 100 feet of water.
They need to get bigger. What? Is that not a keeper? All right. £1 pound. Freaks. Straight up donks. Straight up beggins if I've ever seen them. Oh, what is going on?
Really need to read Steve Wright's article on Bassmaster.com. Great story about the top of that AOY race and Trey McKinney. Had his worst finish last time out at Wheeler Lake, but he talked about his progression through the day, started in 40th, and said, I fished everything I could possibly fish and got himself all the way up to 22nd for his worst finish of the year. And there he is, 560 pounds, 59 ahead of Justin Hamner. Justin Hamner, who helped his position considerably.
Yeah, top 10 at Wheeler gets Justin Hamner into second. Cody Huff, another good finish. But like you said, what a poor, pitiful performance by Trey McKinney the last time. 22nd, Davey, and you go with a 12th, 1st, 6th, 17th, and another 6th. Not too shabby of a first 7 or first 6 elite events.
Yeah, you look at that, that's his worst finish unofficially, but it might be his best tournament so far to work his way up to 22nd place.
Really, really impressive. Impressive stuff. We got 2 more events after this one. I tell you what, the days, as you pointed out, 12 days of fishing. All you got, best case scenario.
100%. Capitalized on his best moment of the season, winning at Lake Fork and almost setting the all-time weight record, 130 pounds, 15 ounces. First week he was 19 years old, Davey. We were all here in studio, and what a tournament that was.
It absolutely was. And then left there, went to Harris Chain, another great tournament there. Look at that call. Certainly helped him out. 6th place finish at Harris Chain, 65 pounds, 7 ounces. Not too shabby there either.
And I would say he got off to a great start here. Obviously had the 90-minute penalty on day 2, which he was really keyed in early in the morning. That affected his day 2 weight, but he climbed back up on day 3 to have a decent finish there. Tommy, you mentioned it. Wheeler was such a good performance for him because when we see Trey McKinney this year show up, it's early. Day 1, we see him, he shows up, and then we keep him on camera the rest of the week. That was the only one where he was lower and had to scrounge his way up every single day.
Blake Wheeler, 22nd place finish. Most rookies would take that as their best finish
and run away
to start their season and just be happy with it. Make a few checks. I had a 22nd and won, but great performance for him there, 22nd place at Wheeler. Under tough conditions, very different from him. Not as much live sonar there at Wheeler as we've seen in the other tournaments. A great finish for him, even though it wasn't used as much in that event as some of the others.
Same thing that happened last year, though. Brandon Cobb had such a stellar first half of the season, and still Kyle Welcher was in shooting range and then ends up capitalizing to win AOI. Same thing can be said for Hamner. Trey's done that well and only has a 59-point lead. Only has a 59-point lead. Like, you would expect it to be way more.
I'm sure he's thought about it, but the possibility of winning a classic and a progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title in the same year is a rare thing. It's been done twice.
A race last year flip-flopped at Sabine River with Welcher doing really well and Brandon Cobb suffering a dismal tournament.
That's something. That's a good one. Yes, sir.
Boom.
Yes, sir. That's what we're looking for. Oh, large head showed up to the party. I ain't caught a good largemouth all week. Oh, yes, sir. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, not with that spoon, with those big treble hooks every direction, on the side, on the bottom, on the top.
That's what you're looking for.
Definitely above average fish there.
That could be our Phoenix Boats Big Bass.
I was going to ask
you. The morning. See what it weighs.
What's going on? Oh, crap.
Good old Dixie Jet. I don't know if many people had them in their boats until Cody Huff gets second at Pickwick using it. And then we saw a lot more people say, hey, I'm going to order a couple of those because you never know when you need one.
Only second fish for Justin Hamner, but it really puts him in the driver's seat compared to the other guys we've got cameras with. Several of them already with limits, but that fish right there is a game changer here on Smith Lake.
Ties Greg to Palmer, 3-2, 3 pounds, 2 ounces.
I say game changer. It's a limit changer. It's not a game changer, but it certainly makes your limit because he'll feel his limit before the end of the day.
Robert G., a rookie on top here with 11 pounds. Nosing ahead of John Garrett, another rookie. Alex Redwine appears in our top 10. Way up there in third place. Chris Johnston having another good season as always. Matt Airy. A lot of people picking Matt Airy to do well here. Another North Carolina angler. Plenty more on the way from Smith Lake. We'll be right back.
over 4 days, I think you could possibly win the 20 spots, but I'm going to still say you got to mix in a largemouth every day.
I mean, I'm a believer that this tournament can be won with 20 spotted bass. I hope so, because that's what I'm going to fish for.
I could see somebody catching a really big bag the first day with like a big spot and 2 big largemouth or something like that.
There will be a few big largemouth that like surprise people, or the guys that go strictly after the largemouth. They might have like one big day and then like struggle the next day kind of deal. But to be consistent, I mean, there's 5 and 6 pound spots in this lake, like a lot of them. So yeah, it's gonna be a spotted bass.
B&C on point. Our anglers that we're in the boat with today talking about what might make up the winning effort here at Smith Lake. Could be something like this. Justin Hamner did a little dock fishing in his classic effort. Certainly one of his big things he leaned on.
Yeah, he said, I think somebody could catch a bonus largemouth. Well, I think he already did, and it's 8 o'clock Central Time.
Yes, one thing about Justin Hamner fishing shallower, even though he's using his live sonar, fishing shallower, so he's going to have a better chance of catching that bigger largemouth each day. That might be his plan.
One of only 6 fish entered at 3 pounds or better. You got De Palma, Hamner, both at 3.2, Otten 3.1, and Livesey, Lowen, Zaldane all got 3 O's.
Hamner and Lee both shy of a limit as it stands right now, but certainly in a good spot this early on.
Jordan Lee mixing it up, move back up shallow, throwing a stop water. So looking at Jordan and Justin, to me, they're both thinking largemouth. I need a big largemouth, or I need a largemouth or 2 in my 5 fish limit. Jordan staying right on the shoreline, right on the bank, but Justin fishing shallow or fishing some of those. And there's not many at Smith Lake, but some of the flatter, points and shorelines that don't just drop straight off. Like most of the shorelines are bluffs here.
Mm. You read, run up to the tournament, a lot of our anglers who've never been here before said this place is one continuous bluff wall.
It really is.
Yeah. For sure.
That's why it'll be so interesting on Saturday and Sunday with the boat traffic. Those wakes don't dissipate when they get to a flat shoreline.
We talk about
they roll right back at you off those bluffs.
The seawalls at some lakes, this is basically natural seawalls, just those bluffs.
Oh, yeah.
Heard some anglers say that will affect forward-facing sonar.
Yeah, a little bumpier out there. But I think it could also help not maybe those guys out in the main lake, but those ones fishing shallow. Yes, you're going to have that slosh, that splash, but it's going to mask you, especially if we don't have wind and it's high skies. You're going to have some kind of disturbance to keep fish more comfortable shallow. Maybe they sink down a little bit more, but you can probably fish a lot quicker and power fish without spooking those.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see. Every lake's different, but I've seen those boat wakes really hurt the wolfback bite
for sure.
on lakes. I mean, I've seen it just kill it. It'd be interesting to see what it does here, because there's so many bluffs in it. What those wakes actually do.
And we saw it at Wheeler the first 2 hours how important it was, Davey. But the same thing goes here. Not that they don't bite later in the day, but because of the boat traffic, if you can have a great 2 hours and you're not reliant on doing that, maybe you catch your wolfpack fish in the morning and let them set up, or they move on. You don't have to rely on them at noon.
Let's go from Jordan Lee to another from Clanton, Alabama. It's Wesley Gore. Great effort last year on the St. Croix Open's EQ elite qualifying series to make it to the elites this year.
You see his bait dropping right down behind the one fish and right in front of the other.
Oh,
following it down.
Yes, they are.
Following it down. Look like a drop shot. Got him.
Mm-hmm.
Little guy. No, he just didn't.
Back to what we were talking about.
Flung my drop shot
Jacob Prosnick talked about it. When you're out there in that 60 to 100 feet of water, your bait options are limited. Wesley Gore there was about 30 feet deep.
He's long and lean.
Fish closer to the bottom will follow those heavier weighted baits all the way down to the bottom.
Matt Airy with his fourth fish over 2 pounds. He's just taking the lead with 11 1/4.
Back over to Porosnik, won that Open in 21 with averaging 12 pounds a day.
A big rally on day 3, over 14 pounds.
This might be a big one. Come here. You ain't that big. But you are a nice one. I don't mind getting wet for them. That's 4. One more.
Weigh-in's going to be so interesting. A lot of these anglers of bass track putting those fish in round numbers, 2 pounders, but 5 2-pounders versus 5 2.5 or 2 pound 5 ounces is going to separate the field in a big way.
DH Marine Weather Watch. This is today's conditions. Going to be 85 degrees, 71 tonight. It's a little bit cooler. We were expecting for this particular week here. It will get warm plenty fast though once the rains and sort of on and off weather passes through. No wind to speak of, so
when those clouds do roll out and that sunshine,
that's going to be a different story.
No wind and adding a little humidity. Oh, fun.
It's clear now, but there's going to be another pop-up shower in an hour or so.
Okay. Justin Hamner says this is probably his favorite lake to fish in Alabama.
Good group of fish there. You see his bait dropping down on. 25 feet deep. Looks exactly like a place we saw him start on this morning.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Oh, you ain't a big one. Why is he fighting so hard? Dude, that's some like big head shakes. Wow, sounded dumb. When I set the hook, it was just like, didn't move. That's one. Just to be sure.
Keeper number 3 for Hamner.
Jay Shakira just topped 10 pounds with a 210. 8 anglers with 10 pounds or more.
Jordan Lee also shy of a limit.
Back to the top order we started with. Went out deep, just caught small ones. Tell this is what he wants to do. Had to go out there in that deep water and get a little taste of it, but this is what he feels like he needs to do. Increase his odds to catch a largemouth, a little heavier largemouth. He's in a great spot there for bluegill in that little pocket. And hooked up. Largemouth.
Little chunk. Not a big one, but should be number 5.
Got a crawdad pincher in his throat.
Keeper.
A little better than average size fish, right in the little pocket. Certainly a good place for bluegill to be, and maybe even some crawfish.
Yeah, apparently.
Some places on this lake, Dave, you got to swim way far down to catch a crawfish on the bottom.
I think those ones suspended at 30 over 70 are probably not crawfish eaters. Not successful crawfish eaters anyway.
Just caught my first keeper largemouth. God, they're bluegill. Look at that. Oh gosh. I had one come up and bite it right there. Now we started, there's probably a lot of bluegill in this because that dock light. It's a good, it must be a good dock. There's bluegill around it. No, we started shallow and didn't get anything going, and I saw them schooling, and I turned around out there and caught some keepers, just keepers. And I was just coming shallow. I mean, my game plan today was to really fish shallow as long as I could, and then if I needed to go out there and catch some keepers, I could, but you know, I haven't been able to. I fished shallow pretty much all practice because I thought, you know, if I could find them up here, I could generate a better bite. And, God, there's a. I thought I saw one on me. Couldn't tell. I thought I could generate a better bite shallow, give myself a chance, because out deeper, unless you're really dialed in and found a really good spot, you're gonna catch a lot of just keepers, or at least that's what I think, to 2-pounders. And I mean, you know, you catch 1 4 or 2 3s doing this, you know, you give yourself a chance at a little bit better bag. And it's kind of a feast or famine deal though, because there's not a lot of fish up here. And it's really random from what I've seen, but you know, you could stumble on 2 of the right bites doing this. And they're eating brim, you know, they're just bank fish.
shallow Jordan Lee. Out deep as far as we have seen today is Shane LaHue.
Off to a good start this morning.
Can you see my bait, please?
Mix it up. For him, shallow was 30 feet,
Yeah,
deeper 70.
Could be his fourth keeper here.
Please be your keeper. He's really close. Really close.
That will squeeze in there.
Keeper spotted bass, yes, for Shane LaHue right there. He's on his way to a limit. The man on top, Matt Airy, North Carolina, another Lake Norman, similar lakes kind of angler. Got a great ability to catch fish in these conditions we're enjoying today. Robert G. in second place, Alabama's Wes Logan in third, and Chris Johnston and John Garrett rounding out our top five. Moving up, Kyle Patrick and Greg DePalma. We'll be right back. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite on Smith Lake. Cullman, Alabama is our fantastic host city. TH Marine sponsoring our live coverage. We like that. We sure appreciate the TH Marine Weather Watch. You can see there's a little bit of weather in the area there. Looks like some rain way back in the background, or rain looking.
Yeah, it
top
rained.
Clouds.
Takeoff. They just put up Andy Crawford's takeoff gallery. It looked like it was pouring down rain this morning. So everybody's been wearing as little of clothes as possible because of how hot it is, and they put all their rain gear on this morning because of how much rain they got.
A little bit of break from the heat, always welcome.
Yeah.
This time of the year, especially we're in this part of the United States. Been a warm one. It's one of those warm summers so far. 21,000 acres of Lewis Smith Lake here in Alabama coal country, north and east of Birmingham. Feeding those steel mills back in the day. 65 years old, this lake right here, Alabama Power. Unique place. Justin Hamner loves fishing here, our reigning world champion. Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster. Classic winner. From Grand Lake. Still looking to fill his limit so far.
Just jumps right out at you when you look at his graph. He's fishing a lot shallower than the other people that are offshore. We've seen Jordan Lee fishing the bank. Certainly that's shallow, but Justin seemed to be really focusing on that 15 to 25 foot of water.
That's a good one. Might need to grab him. Come on. They don't know when to quit. I should have just boat flipped her butt. Solid one. Oh, shake your head.
It's above average fish there too. They're gonna, it's gonna put it in as a 2-pounder, but that fish is a little over 2.
Previous fish was 3+ largemouth. Went in as our Phoenix Boats big bass of the day, did it not, Stu?
It did, 3-2.
Yeah.
Which one?
There's that music.
Has to be the other one, right?
So, we are at Smith Lake. I mean, that largemouth, he's kind of,
yeah, we'll see
the
largemouth
minority
plenty. We don't
in
see
the
spot
group.
outlier.
Yeah. That's right, outlier for sure. Power Pole replay of the day, first one of the day, Justin Hamner with the old shaky head spotted bass. The old Alabama shaky head. Good chunk. Definitely bigger than average. That fish there is closer to 2.5 than 2, and those 2.5 pounders will go a long way here this week. Especially if you have a 3+ in the live well with him.
Just moving up to 17th place with that keeper right there. Got 4 in the boat. Back over to Wesley Gore.
So that with Bill Lowe and David, he's got a 3-pounder and a couple 2+s. In his limit, he's got 3 fish. We're climbing up the leaderboard. Like John Garrett just tied for the lead, 11.25 pounds with Matt Airy.
Wow.
Wesley Gore has stayed in that shallower offshore water. It's hard to say he's fishing shallow when he's fishing 25 feet, but
feels better.
Compared to a lot of the anglers, he is definitely fishing shallower.
I don't think he is. It is a good one. It's a really nice one. I'll take those, baby. Let's go. People calling me, they don't know I'm even bass fishing. I mean, I guess they still think I just, you know, float around. That's better. Not a giant, but we'll take it. That's better. It's even louder now. They must be calling. They said, you hooked that one up. You need to get him in the boat. They ain't doing very good today.
I'd say it's someone trying to sell him truck warranty insurance.
Home.
Wesley, we've been trying to reach you for your extended car, extended truck warranty.
It's time for you to put in some replacement windows.
2-4. Sick. Nice, nice.
It's off the screen now, but when he was talking about his cell phone there ringing, if you looked on his side imaging there after he got that fish in, real rough, a little short ledge maybe, but real rocky, jagged looking, maybe some brush, but it was definitely a rough spot that he was just casting at.
Cold for me, unfortunately. I got a 1-3 keeper. Yeah, so do I.
Sounded like J.T. Tompkins. He and Trey talk quite often, it seems, when we have them on live during the day.
A couple of competitors in the EQ series last year. J.T. Tompkins was the winner. Those open points.
Edged out John Garrett. Yep. Trey McKinney got 3rd. Robert G. quietly in 4th. That's the thing that's interesting. We knew those top 3 would be fierce competitors. You don't know how all the rookies will go. Right. The quietest ones, Robert G. and Wesley Gore, sat mid-points this whole time. They've really shown us a lot this year.
I can't see up through my glasses now. God.
I think with the new EQ format, those 9 events, at the end of the season, all 9 will be rock solid from here on out.
That's a great education, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we've had great rookie classes in the past, great from the specific divisions. You know, the 3 or 4 that come from the Southern Opens, the Centrals, the Northern. But we just watched Lake Eufaula to see how somebody from the North goes and fishes in Oklahoma in June, or somebody from Florida who has to go to Oklahoma in June. Now those guys have to go to St. Clair next event. Then they go to Minnesota, a place they've never been. Like 9 events, 8 different lakes, and from February to October. So you're going to have to know all seasons, all progressions of fish, and then all regions of the country if you're going to do that on the Elite Series.
And they're up for it, too. I mean, we went to Oklahoma. We didn't have an Oklahoman in the top 10 on the final day. That's how well-traveled and smart these guys are.
Justin Phillips, the first Oklahoma guy in 11th, just missed out on it. But
every time McKinney falls, he catches a good one and climbs right back up. He's in 16th, tied with Bob Downey. Just got in there.
Jeff Gustafson, another classic champ, hovering just under our top 10.
that's what it's going to have to be. If you're going to gain points on Trey, you're going to have to hope that he finishes in the 30s and that you somehow get in the top 15 and chip away 15 points here, 15 points there. The big question will be up north, though. Trey doesn't have much experience. He did fish St. Lawrence last year, but it was river only, and it was out of Waddington, so familiar takeoff, familiar area. But when you're in the AOI race, you head to the lake. When you are near the Classic Cut Line, you go to the lake. When your hopes to stay requalified, you go to the lake. So if all of his nearest pursuers make that run and gamble, he's going to have to make sure he catches them in the river if he stayed. You know, if he had a lead that played it safe, but got to also get through Champlain, which can get gnarly with weather as well if you're not used to that, traversing, you know, big water.
Oh, Champlain and St. Lawrence coming your way in August here.
I think this is the place that someone will have to gain ground on him, because I mean, he is great with his live sonar. There's no doubt about it. At this lake, being able to spot the difference between a 2 and a 2.5 pounder that's 30 feet under the surface of the water, even as good as he is, that's very, very, very difficult. And he could catch a lot of 2 pounders, have 10 pounds a day, 11 pounds a day, and lose some ground to someone here. When we go to those smallmouth fisheries, he can tell a 5 pounder from a 3 pounder all day long. I don't see him having a chance to stumble as much in those 2 fisheries, unless he has some kind of unforeseen mechanical issues, something like that, as you could here. He could catch 40 a day here and just catching 2 1s, 2 2s instead of the 2 10s, and like what we've seen Justin do. I mean, Justin's not caught as many fish as Trey this morning, but his average fish is much better. It's just so hard to distinguish that 1/4 pound, 1/2 pound difference in these fish here. And it won't be that way when they go to a smallmouth fishery, because of the difference. There'll be 5s that you'll know they're 5s.
Everyone can catch 4s. 20 is your baseline there. Here, a baseline might not be a limit. And so
but he's not going to waste his time catching 3s and 2s there. He'll throw only at those 5s, 4s and 5s.
So every single time Hamner or Cody Huff, maybe Chris Johnston, catch a 3 this week, that's one less 5.5 I may be able to catch in the next 2. Like, if I can catch it, Trey may be catching 3s. But when you catch him, you're now more confident that I'm doing my job. If he just gets top 20, I can't stop him from doing that.
That's right.
Trey hooked up again.
What is it?
Yeah, if he has 3 more tournaments like his first 6, there's nothing anyone can do about it. It's just over.
You patted him on the back and fight for second.
But honestly, this is the place where, I'm not saying it's going to, but I see there's a chance that he could catch a lot of fish here and just be a 1/4 pound average size, lower than someone like Justin. Ooh.
Nobody saw that.
Thought he came off.
Just got to be a good sport about it.
He's the leading progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, which of course means Trey McKinney is our leader. And in the race for the Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year Championship. Of course, there he stands right now with a 100-point lead ahead of John Garrett. Looking pretty good there. Wesley Gore with him in the boat all day long today, and JT Tompkins. Good start to his year as well. He's hanging in there. Tyler Williams of Maine. Kyle Patrick from New York, fixing to head to New York for his home state. This is going to be the place for the last two events of the year. Robert G. of Alabama, Logan Parks, Alabama. A lot of people expected Logan Parks to do well here. Ben Milliken of Texas, Timothy Doobie round out our top 10 Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. The TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake here in Cullman, Alabama. It's appropriate. We're, 1 week away from Independence Day, July 4th. Coming up next Thursday. So, big summertime celebration getting planned right now. What's that?
Hey, Speeder Boats Big Fish Alert. Hunter Shryock, his second fish over 3 pounds of 3/4 taking over our big fish of the day.
Suits bringing the fireworks with
Absolutely,
the BFA.
yeah, man. Wow. Went off in my hand there almost.
Gonna lose a finger this weekend, Such, if you keep it up.
Robert G. just regained the lead. Second fish approaching 3 pounds and a couple more, about 2.5. He's over 12 pounds. John Garrett had just got over 12 pounds right before that.
Back to Shane LeHue.
I don't think he's big enough. Yeah, I think he is. He's fat. Stop. I think we have scored. Oh, wait.
The old jighead minnow. Got away from the white bait that was working for him earlier this morning. Maybe the skies have lightened up a little.
Been a while since we looked in on Wesley Gore. Wesley right in the middle of a great season out there. 14 finishes last year on the EQs of 11th or better. That is
Wesley.
strong.
Wow.
Yep. Wesley out deeper now. Don't see the bottom there. What do you do towards the end of it? So he's just off of a drop there. Getting closer to it now. He's following his bait up. He's hooked up.
Not big. It's fat though. Hey, we got one on fluke finally. My gosh. I think he's gonna keep. I can tell you, that's what a lot of sizes of these are. Some of them are big.
Using a bait caster with his jig head. Don't see that a lot.
I guess that's our new definition. If you're fishing shallow if we can see the bottom on your screen, right? If you're not, you're fishing deep, right? Is that good enough?
30 feet set is your limit if you can see the bottom. Yeah,
okay.
That's a great way to look at it, Tommy. When I started fishing B.A.S.S, if I put the rod down and hit the bottom, I was fishing shallow. If it went all the way to the reel before it hit the bottom, I was fishing real deep. Real deep.
A little bit better.
Looking real deep, Jake. Jacob Brosnick has been
Number
real deep all morning. He's not playing around in that 25 to 30 feet.
He's pretty good with that stuff, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
He is. A little surprising that I don't mean this in a bad way. I just observed earlier in the year some of these tournaments that that was such a factor. He didn't do well.
It doesn't matter how he's looking at him. He's just good at looking at him, whether it's sight fish or not. So you're like, you know, you put your eggs in the wrong basket, maybe.
Yeah, he loves the sight fish for spawning bass also. No doubt. He's very, very good at it. Light rain. Ooh.
Got him.
It's a better looking splash.
I say a good one. He's a little bit better. Maybe. There's another one with him.
So you see the stoplight up there, and I guess it was on green for Jordan Lee to come up there, and then once he leaves, he's a local. They'll let the Cullman boy
turn it to red.
Turn it to red when you get.
It'll be one of those quick yellow to red. You know, you blink and it's already red. You have to slam on the brakes.
These fans have been listening to Zona and Davey talking about stoplights for these fish so long that they decided to install their own stoplight.
Absolutely.
In hopes of catching more fish.
It's a better fish for him. Hey, we might be on a stoplight pattern now. We had to go looking for more. I'm sure we can find more around this lake.
He's not that big. I just felt that because he was hooked weird. No, I can't even grab him. I thought he was better than that.
This lake has really developed. It was starting to in the early 2000s when we were there, but I've seen pictures recently.
He's a little bit
better. A lot of big,
than
nice
average.
homes on this lake.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it looks like
not much better, but he's just a little
like
bit.
Murray, looks like Beverly Hills out there in some spots.
One of those lakes where you look up there and say, what do they do for a living?
Probably need
That's
to
what
weigh
you're
them.
fishing and you question, wondering what they do for a living.
Some of them you look at and you say, I wonder if they've got any rooms open at that resort.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of them do look like that, no doubt. You got a goat island on every lake in the country, don't we?
Yes, pretty much. Apparently goats used to have it pretty rough.
Yeah. Goats will be right at home in this area, though. All these steep banks.
Little hills.
Go up to Spadger on Dardanelle, you'll actually find goats on an island on their own.
Hopefully. I don't know if it will.
I think this fish will help, unless we've missed one or two. Trey's got a couple small ones in there.
Yellow. 1 ounce. Upgrades, baby.
Trey's being a little quiet this morning.
Yeah,
I don't
he
know if
is.
he's
He's
disappointed
usually-
and maybe not catching the size he thought, or just concerned, but maybe he didn't catch a lot of big ones in practice, but there's something concerning him,
He's
it
usually
appears.
a chatterbox for us there. He keeps it going all day long.
There's a lot more fish.
Justin in 24th. He's still just with 4 fish, Such?
Mr. Mr. Hamner, yes, 4 fish.
Well, a 3-pounder would go a long way for him, wouldn't it?
Kyle Patrick jumping into our top 10, as well as Joseph Webster. Looking forward to this event.
I would say that, yeah. So Joseph's from Mississippi. When we first really got introduced to him, kind of a Pickwick, Tennessee River guy. Moved to
throwing a heavier
just
head.
West of Smith, but now I think he's actually relocated on Smith. So this
Okay.
he would be
Defeats
the
the
only
action,
one
but I
other
don't
than
know
Jordan
what
Lee.
else
Consider this his home.
Change when they're down there in 20 and swimming at. They're literally, some of them are swimming at a mile an hour. Like when I chase them with the trolling motor.
These fish that are out offshore, not relating to brush, like the ones that Jacob Braza had been fishing for, Shane LaHue.
So many of them getting all over it, not eating.
Those fish swim a lot like stripers. They're moving, and to put a bait in front of them when they're swimming that fast, you know, and it might be 80 feet away from the boat, coming to the boat or away from the boat, 25, 30 feet deep, it's very difficult. And some guys are a lot better at it than others, but it makes it, you know, when they're around a target, it's real easy. You just drop one in on them, but they're swimming relatively fast, and they're 25 feet down, 75 feet away from your boat. It takes a lot of little quick calculations to try to get that bait to meet them in the water column, wherever they are at.
You got to lead them just right. Huh?
Yep.
We have 66 anglers on Bass Track with fish entered. We have about 24 guys who Bass Track hasn't even pinged a time, so there'll be a lot of mystery finishes today.
So I think of that 04-05 tournament that we had. If my memory's right, it was like Super Bowl weekend. So the only thing worse than being here in June, as far as being uncomfortable, is being here in January.
Yeah, I think it was February. Yeah, which is Super Bowl. Yeah.
It was Super Bowl weekend. I thought I remember, like the night before the first day of practice, it was the Super Bowl. So
8 feet high on the water.
Yeah,
and freezing rain, and
I think there was only 66 anglers that caught a bass that first day of the tournament. Somewhere around there, there was a lot of zeros.
Different kind of survival.
Yes.
I'll let you know about something that's going on right now. Has been going on for a few days now, back since June 19th. Have you seen the 2024 Toyota Tacoma? Big redesign this year. Very impressive, very strong looking. The Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes is on right now, and it's available for you to enter daily all the way up to September 19th. So what you want to do is just scan the QR code right there and the Toyota Hit the Trail Sweepstakes and take your shot and get a chance to win big, nice truck like that one right there, that Toyota Tacoma. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite on Smith Lake, Cullman, Alabama here. 12th time the Bassmasters have been here. Our live coverage sponsored by TH Marine, but never has the Bassmaster Elite Series been here. In fact, the very first year of the Bassmasters, 1967, their second tournament was held right here at Smith Lake. Unbelievable.
I did not know that, and I thought I kept up with the history of Bassmaster pretty well, but I did not know the second event was held on Lewis Smith Lake.
They went to Beaver Lake first, and then this was
the second
Beaver stop. Yeah, incredible. Let's get out to Shane LaHue.
Came back here for number 7 in 1968, then they didn't return until 2004, about 36 years later.
For that tour event, right. Shane looking for some size to show up there.
That one got it like he's supposed to. Ain't that big. Might call out that skinny one, maybe.
So you're talking about that hiatus of 36 years between Smith Lake events. I think our whole rookie class was born in 2004 when we returned to Smith Lake. But at this point in the season, I wanted to bring it into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to showcase the comparison from last year's Angler of the Year winner, Kyle Welcher, and this year's leader at this point in the season, Trey McKinney. So when we think about after 6 events, last year it was after the Sabine River event, which was, just like Wheeler, the biggest switch up of our season. But in that event, Brandon Cobb finished 91st place, only got 14 points for the event. Meanwhile, Kyle Welcher got top 7 in the tournament. They flipped in the leaderboard. First went to Welcher, second fell to Cobb. They ended up flip-flopping the next few events until Welcher finally took the title. That was the big switch-up. The switch-up didn't come with Trey McKinney at Wheeler. It came with his second-place competitor, Jordan Lee. A 92nd place finish dropped him down. But after 6 events, this is how the average finishes kind of measure out between the two. At that point in the year, Kyle Welcher's average finish was 19th place. At this point in the year, through 6 events, the average finish for Trey McKinney is 10th place overall. So a great average for both of these, but the difference is a victory and a couple top 10s, whereas Welcher's AOY season was the epitome of 1 or 2 top 10s the whole season, but never missing the cut overall and staying in the top 35 or 40 every single event, but really having limited top 10 events. The St. Lawrence, he got top 10. I believe he also got top 10 at the Sabine, and 1 more event for Welcher. Meanwhile, through 6 events, we already have 3 top 10s for Trey McKinney. So we'll see how the next 3 transpire for Trey if he can hold the lead. But at this point in the season, the 6th event was pivotal in both AOY races for different reasons. There was an AOY switch up last year after 6, and this year an AOY widening after 6 with the nearest pursuer falling down.
That's interesting.
Trey not showing any vulnerability yet here. He's in 11th place right now. That's, wow.
Yeah, I didn't say he was going to slip here, but I think the chances for someone to gain ground on him are better here than the others. If he leaves here and extends that lead, ooh.
Such was mentioning the Bass Track. There's 29 anglers that don't have a marshal today, so possibly 29 anglers that won't show up on our leaderboard till weigh-in, which if you have half of them maybe doing well,
I mean, we ain't had a
could bump some of those guys down for sure.
In, a couple days or, 2 weeks, and then today it's cloudy, it's still raining, so I don't think the fish are kind of real active. A lot of the fish that I've caught have just been singles. And practice has been 10 or 12 in school swimming around. So I'm optimistic right at the moment. I mean, I think it's going to get better and better as the day goes on for what we're doing. But right now it's just keep your trolling motor on and keep looking.
Jacob Boroznik's been performing at the top level for a long, long time. He is someone who's known to be very, very good with his electronics. He sat down with us last night, I believe it was, and kind of gave us his take. Hold on just a second.
He's so good, Tommy, with us. He's got one hooked up.
Yeah, I mean.
The other day, yep.
Got one in there. That's only a pound. We saw him break a fish off earlier. Hopefully he gets this one in.
Nope. We got him. We're getting there. Slowly. Stay.
Well, anyway, Jacob, he's been around long enough to see a lot of new things come along in this sport right now. And last night he told us what he thought about it all.
Man, it's been a while since I won them blue trophies. I mean, it's always good to win. I mean, a win is a win. And when you beat the caliber guys that fish the Bassmaster Elite Series, you've actually, hats off. You have done something. You went out there, you were the best for that week, and man, it's tough. I mean, with like I said, the forward-facing sonar, all the electronics and stuff, and the baits and just the gear and stuff that we have now. I mean, it gets harder and harder and harder every year. There's no more secrets, you know what I'm saying? It's basically you're out fishing everybody. There's no more, oh my gosh, I got a little hidey hole up this little creek nook and I can duck in there and catch me 3 or 4 where nobody see me and then run out. There is no more of that. There is no more secrets. So you are actually, you're out competing everybody that's on this thing, and they're so good. Ah, come here. You ain't that big. I don't mind getting wet for them.
No more secrets.
No more
I agree with that.
Yeah. 2, 3 elite wins, 2 open wins. One of them took place right here 4 years ago.
One of those guys off Bass track, Pat Schlopper, his 5 fish came in for 11 pounds, tied for 7th place.
Really needed that. Pat kind of started the year off almost with a win at Toledo, and then after that kind of just had a couple really tough ones. And
sometimes you just got to keep looking.
I guess a little bit of a hangover from that almost win kind of just hurt his feelings real hard.
Funny about this whole deal.
Now he's building his way back up this year.
It's like most people would have got mad that Gerald just run by me. I don't know what it is, but when a boat comes by, they just come.
Yeah, to your point with Pat Schlopper, Ronnie, he was feeling it pretty good at Toledo Bend. He was talking a little, I don't know if I'd go quite as far as say talk a little smack, but he was like, hey, I spent the off season learning how to use this live sonar forward facing, and guys should have learned, they should have spent time doing it. And that might have come back to bite him a little bit. He hasn't had any cameras around him to talk about that anymore, but looks like he's having a great tournament so far today.
And some of that is the mental, like beating yourself up, missing an opportunity. You know, like Jacob just said in his interview, like the opportunity to win is so much harder at times because there's no secrets anymore and there's things. So like you have a prime chance to win and then you fall short in just a frustrating way. And then the next event doesn't go your way, and then you're just like, can I even do that? Like, what in the world? And then all of a sudden, you finally get into maybe a groove at Murray and then Wheeler, and you hope to carry it to the Northern Swing and get back in the Classic Cut or whatever the case may be.
Got a new Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader, and Brian New with a 4-pounder. He put it in as a 4.0. He's only got 4 fish, though, for about 9 pounds. Nothing else.
Brian kind of needs a good tournament.
Yeah, he does.
For sure.
Yeah. A 4.0 will help him have one here.
That's a good one.
That might be the way my season's gone, Davey. I had my best event of the year as well at Toledo Bend, and it's been downhill in fantasy. And so, you know.
Gosh, you need a good event.
I do. Yeah, thankful for Cody Huff right now. Thankful that he got off to a good start, you know. I do apologize to the 5 I pick every week that if you
Mr. Jinx.
If you come off the train tracks this week, it's not your fault. That's all on me. My bad.
I started the season out right. Said the dark horse to win Toledo Bend was Ray Hanselman, and he finished dead last. I don't blame him. He never speaks to me again. I told him at that event. I said, buddy, I
that's
apologize.
My fault.
Took him 6 events to get over it.
Dang, Davey, I didn't know you were like, you had the big time curse.
I never missed one so far. I mean, who would have thought he would have had that tournament there?
That's like if we would have picked Cliff Prince and Lee Livesey to suck on their home lakes too. That happened as well this year. Meanwhile, in the Opens, if you're a local, you win every single Open except this last one. The first time all year someone local didn't win.
Gosh, Jay Shakur's continuing his tear after a 5th at Murray and 6th at Wheeler. He's just gotten into 4th place with a call, or 5th place, I think.
I was surprised more people weren't picking him for fantasy.
Man, he is so good.
This is his kind of stuff.
Oh, 100%. Kind of quietly one of the best with the electronic technology right now.
He's in the 60s in both Florida tournaments, but he's turned it on. Good.
Well, it has been a heck of a season. It's gone by so very fast. Doesn't seem that. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, broke my line. I threw my bait.
That's a long, skinny one. I don't think it's going to help him.
That one may not make it. We talk about this season. It has been plenty of fireworks, speaking of our TNT fireworks sponsor here at this tournament, starting with Toledo Bend. Great start. 2 events back-to-back in Texas.
Yeah, what a start, Toledo Bend. 100 pounds. It took over 100 pounds to win at Toledo Bend. Corey Fujita with a very dominant win, using his sonar to help him there, but he was fishing heavier tackle there than most people would have expected. And then we got a big old dose of what our year really has been, Trey McKinney. He had a good turn first one, but then the second one there also.
And the rookie, another rookie, going big time at Harris Chain. Well-traveled rookie, John Garrett, really looking very dominant there on Harris.
Yeah, utilized one spot, Davey, and older technology, 360, but using the lessons learned from side imaging to help him win.
To his credit, I mean, he really hunkered down in that one area saying, I might not catch many fish here, but if I can catch 5 here, I got a chance to win. Speaking of chance to win, Corey Johnson, a lot of people thought he'd hold up blue trophy over his head before he did, but he finally got it done there at St. John's River.
Patrick Walters at home in South Carolina, another dominating performance.
94 pounds for post-spawn Murray. No one saw that coming, but we know how good that place is.
Lake Murray is a great lake. It is a great lake year-round, but yeah, that is a little surprising to almost hit the 100-pound mark post-spawn. And everybody had to enjoy watching Cliff Prince win at Wheeler Lake.
There's your guy, Ray Hanselman.
Yep, there's our guy. I didn't pick him in that tournament, so he had a great event.
Perhaps because you didn't pick him.
The first event from my memory on the Elite Series won exclusively on a chatterbait since the 2020 season when Frank Talley won predominantly throwing a Thunder Cricket up the river at Gunnersville.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been almost 4 years, but three and a half years for what was one of the hottest bait other than this jig head minnow trend. That was the hottest bait we've seen.
Jordan Lee sticking to his extremely shallow plan here.
He's not a big one.
Looks like it's lightening up a little bit.
A little largy.
Maybe that'll help.
He just cruising
Jordan
out
Lee
there.
fishing the top water.
So I'm looking for, just
around the shoreline.
Trying to find a better size, but.
Second largemouth in the going into live well with Jordan Lee. Looking at those brim eaters, he said, all day long. That's the game plan. Let's see how it works out. Jordan trying to bounce back from a difficult tournament on Wheeler Lake a couple of weeks ago. But Robert G., Tennessee Volunteer, on top of our standings right now with 12 pounds 5 ounces. John Garrett, Greg DePalma, he kind of has some work to do to qualify for the Classic. This is a good day for him to get something done on that. Jay Shakurat, look out for him. Everyone else in our top 10. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite on Smith Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Well, Alabama has played big in the world of fishing. How about the son of Alabama that captured his first world championship? 2024 Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic in Northport, Alabama's Justin Hamner came in, said he had a feeling about this tournament, had a feeling about this Classic. I can't get him to explain why. He just said, it's one of those things I can't talk about, but man, it worked out.
It definitely worked out. It certainly started to work out with him on day one, having 22 pounds, 6 ounces. That's certainly a way to start your Bassmaster Classic. Day 2, 20 pounds, and then day 3, his slowest day, but certainly more than enough to seal the deal and hold a Classic trophy over his head. He was in studio last weekend, wasn't he?
He was. Yeah. He was here for our Opens.
And our TV show portion of this.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
And I know he got this trophy But we're missing our classic trophy from the studio.
Yeah, that's a mystery now.
So does he have 2 trophies?
I didn't see him leave with us.
I didn't see him leave the building. He may have needed. He might have wanted to bookend, something.
I saw something under his shirt. I don't know when he left.
That is a mystery. We'll solve it. I'm saying it's in the building somewhere.
Hey,
It'll
new
be the
leader,
first
Gregory
time.
DePalma.
Say that again.
New leader.
Greg DePalma.
Greg
Heck of a
DePalma.
segue there.
1 ounce ahead of G,
101
12.6.
feet.
Justin Hamner now, can dare to think about the possibility of winning a Angler of the Year title. It's not far from a sure thing, but it's a possible thing. And a classic title.
I don't even think he's
And he's got a keeper.
Been fishing shallower than most of our offshore fishermen so far, but not now. It
hit the water.
Over 100,
He exploded on it.
100 feet deep where he's at.
7-minute glide bait. Ain't even a keeper.
I spoke too soon. That may not be a keeper. That's not a keeper.
It's fun.
What's different is you think about catching fish that deep, Davey. Normally you're thinking about fizzing fish, but with them, like Champlain fish, living in that depth, they have.
Boy, they are coming after that bait.
Pressured themselves. They
have those fish. Those fish were only down like 10 to 15 feet under the surface of the water. So.
That was almost dangerous.
I asked him about that time he went in the Classic and the AOY in the same year. It's only been done 2 other times, and it's been a while. He was like unexplainable.
There's a ton of those out here,
He
but-
seemed just in awe that he's in that conversation.
They need to be a
the possibility.
little bit bigger than that.
Good tight competition as expected here. And yeah, as mentioned there, Greg DePalma on top. Tied for the top spot with John Garrett as it stands right now, and 1 ounce behind is Robert G. Doesn't get much tighter than that. Whole 2 ounces back of them is Alex Redwine. He's got some work to do. Jay Shakur, Matt Airy, Wes Logan, Kyle Patrick, Pat Schlopper, the aforementioned Pat Schlopper, making an appearance here in the top 10, and Chris Johnston. Rounding out that list as it stands for now. There's going to be a lot of moving in and out of that. It's the nature of this place and the size of these fish.
Yeah, Greg DePalma, good for him. He's a great guy, nice guy to talk with, whether he's having a good event or not, but good to see him leading here. Mercury move of the day so far today. And a big, big part of that, we talked about that 3-pound, 2 ounce where he caught this morning at 705 is a big part of it, but then you have to follow it up with those above average. And to me, above average fish here is going to be over 2 pounds. He's got a 2.5, a 2.7, and a 2.9. Get rid of that one. Fish number 4 there, and he might just stay up atop the leaderboard. Mercury move of the day, Greg DePalma.
David Gaston's making a move. He's got a 3.5. Everything else over 2 pounds. He's in 12th place with 4 fish. The closest pursuer next to him with 4 fish is Brian New down in the 20s. He's got that 4-pounder.
We'll want to keep an eye on David Gaston. He's obviously from the Alabama region, not far from here, but also his roommates, Buddy Gross and Bryant Smith. They've traveled together the last couple years, and with Bryant's ability for the West Coast spotted bass game, putting their heads together, maybe they have unlocked something.
Did I dream it, or is there a connection between this species of spotted bass that's here and some of those California lakes?
I think it's they traded. Like
Yeah,
I think we talked like Auburn and their fish and biology
Fisheries
portion.
program,
Yeah.
They have
Traded
a good one
with
there.
California.
Yeah.
I think that's the same like in Bullard's Bar, like the ones they get giant.
Right.
I think it's that species. They've mixed.
So they
There's
share some
probably
genetics
mixes.
between
Yeah,
the 2 lakes.
I think
Yeah,
so.
That's interesting.
I'm gonna make one more little loop, then we're gonna move on.
I've seen a few boats here and there, fairly close to another boat, but for this lake to only be 21,000 acres,
Once we see a
I thought
big
we would see
pod
groups
them.
of boats more than I've seen so far.
Competitors, you mean?
Yes.
That seems to happen way more frequently on giant bodies of water.
Yeah, it really
I
does.
don't know
Go
why
to
that
Lake
is.
Okeechobee and 80 of our
Kentucky Lake.
100,
Yeah.
Is this all you guys bite anymore?
That's why we underestimate it. If you look at the acreage, you say one of the, if not the smallest fishery we've ever done for a full field Elite Series event. But the amount of shoreline, the mileage that you can go to the west.
There's probably 100+ feeder creeks coming into this lake.
Oh, yeah.
Here. I mean, you know, it's
deepest lake in, like you said, 250 feet deep in some places. So it's plenty of water.
Oh, yeah.
To cover.
Yeah, all the feeder creeks is so, because even on, you know, my home Lake Murray, you'll have a dozen main feeder creeks in the whole lake, and it's, you know, 4 times bigger than this. But the amount of feeder creeks, main feeder creeks on this lake to only be 21,000
large and small. There's a ton of them. Shanley Hugh hooked up.
That's a first. Must have stepped on it or something.
Carl Jacobson knocking on our top 10 and 11th. Just a couple catches just showed up.
Carl's got a bid on Bassmaster.com where he does his fantasy picks for here. He gets down to one of the buckets and he chooses someone, and then he goes, "Wait, I'm in that bucket. Choose me." Justin Hamler hooked up.
Oh.
Ooh, not hooked up.
How does a fish get off of a spoon with that many hooks on it?
The spoon's so big, I wonder if they're hitting it because it's food or it's a rival.
Yeah. With spotted bass, it certainly could be either or.
We got 4 anglers right at about 12¼ pounds. Davey, last time we were here, 2021 Open, different time of year, but there were only like a handful of bags over just 14 pounds. What would be a really good starting weight today? What do you think the biggest bag is going to be this week?
Oh, I think 15 pounds would be tops. I think, I'm not saying we won't have a stringer over 15 pounds, but I think 15 pounds, you'll be in the top 10 every day, and if you do it every day, you'll win.
That's 5 3-pounders, so
yes.
We haven't seen anybody get close to that, but I guess if you get a 4, 4.5, a couple 3.
I think it'll take a little less than 60 to win, so 15 pounds will definitely be a great day.
It's your Lowrance bird's eye view showing you some of the many twists and turns of this lake here. It's unique. That water's so clear and very attractive this time of year for people who want to go to the lake to cool off, jump in that water. And we'll see plenty of evidence of that on the weekend coming up, one of the busy weekends for all the lakes in the South.
It is, certainly is. A little surprising. I know it is a Thursday, but it is the week before the 4th of July. I haven't seen a wake boat yet, and I know I should not say that.
You will.
But honestly,
momentarily one will appear.
So I guarantee you, if we were at Wheeler right now, Murray, what's our last few events? St. John's, we'd see more recreational traffic than what we're seeing right now.
It's the first rainy day. They gotta let their boats dry out just a little bit, you know, before they go. You don't want to sit in a wet boat.
You don't want to jump in the lake when it's raining
wet.
and you might get wet.
You don't want to get, you don't want, the water's getting wet. You don't want to get wet just yet.
Right.
Well, I bet that feels great.
Before you get in the water.
Exactly.
It was 20 degrees less than it was. I was in the low 70s this morning, a little rain up. But there was a nice respite from the rest of the heat index highs we've had in this heat dome.
Have you seen a couple of the mobile fans that they've had, Tommy? Tyler Williams had a ratchet strap on a on a lithium-powered fan on the front deck by his trolling motor, to where you just click that thing on and have a. You're basically just getting.
Justin Hamner had a fan too.
If you're just basically taking a hair dryer and blowing the warm air right in your face, but it's at least moving air.
Yeah, does make a difference.
Remember Williams saying he just loved jumping back and forth, running around to get a little AC going, get his boat going up to 70 mile an hour AC.
I hate to be one of those old guys that said I walked uphill in the snow to the school every day.
I know exactly
to
where you're
and
going.
from. But honestly, it's been comical this week and last week, all the complaints about fishing in the South in the summer. We had classics for 30 plus years in August, and most of them were in the South. And I think August is a little more dog days of summer than it just turned summer last week officially. I mean, come on. But I will say, Tyler Williams being from Maine, old boy probably doesn't need a fan.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't blame him. He gets a pass.
Well, this is a special place. There's no doubt about it. Our classic champion, Justin Hamner, would agree.
That's the cool thing. If you come to this lake, like, you can almost do whatever you want to do. This time of year, obviously, it's going to be more tougher just because it's, you know, summertime in Alabama. It's always tougher. But if you come here like in spring and fall and stuff, you can, I mean, you got the spots that are chasing the herring out in the middle of the lake. You know, you can run around with the Panoptics chasing them. You can fish points with a shaky head, catch as many fish as you wanted to. Go flip docks with a jig, catch largemouth and spots. Like, I mean, when the water gets up in that bug brush, you can go straight largemouth with frogs and swim jigs. Like, it's a fun lake, and you can kind of do whatever you want to do. But some of the best buzzbait bites ever seen. Just explosion top water bites. It's fun.
TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite. Visit Cullman. Cullman, Alabama is our fantastic host city, and Visit Cullman is our official local host that make a lot of these things possible. And this is, you mentioned it earlier, Davey, and this is the heart of bass fishing, because there's a lot of serious bass anglers that live in here, and bass fishing fans as well, and just a perfect setup in this beautiful part of the world, you know, north and west of Birmingham, Alabama.
Beautiful lake, and it's good to see the average size fish in this lake has actually gotten better. Hope to see, and I think we've got a decent chance of seeing, you know, a 5+ pound largemouth. But the spotted bass are thriving, getting a lot bigger.
Way bigger than they were more than 20 years ago, which was the last time the top level of competition, the Bassmasters visited this place.
Come on. That'll help.
Good looking spotted bass there. Very healthy.
That'll help.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're going to get the better part of a pound.
Those are...
That's built very different than most of the ones we've seen so far today.
Yellow.
Davey, those are the ones you catch that make you enjoy fishing for spotted bass, not the ones we see in the morning at times. Those are the ones that you're like, that's a good, solid, healthy fish.
When I was there in 04, 9 out of 10 of the ones I've seen so far this morning, I would have loved to have had, Ronnie, I can promise you. They were so hard to come. I mean, to catch it, they had overs and unders. Under 12s you could keep, and over 15s with in the tournaments. But legally, you could keep those smaller spots. They were trying to get the numbers down on them, but to catch a over spot was very unusual.
Yeah. Tell you what, let's take a second, do some Northland Daily trivia for you. We'll ask and answer here, right inside this segment here. What is the state record weight for a spotted bass on Lewis Smith Lake? Is it a 7.15, an 8.3, an 8.8? or an 8.15. Love to see any of those come across our screen today. Ooh. Davey, what do you think? What do you think?
I'm gonna go B, 8.3.
You stole my answer. 8.3 because 8.8 is just too perfect. 8.3.
I like perfect, man. I'll go for 8.8. I'll just to be contrary here. Let's see what it is.
Oh,
we're off.
Record 8.15 is a monster.
Wow. Bigger than any of us thought. Golly, 8.15?
9-pound spot. How about that? Well, we have seen some good ones, nothing in the 8.15 class for sure, but there's your representation of all catches.
These are all catches over 4 pounds?
All keepers, yeah. No. That would shrink a little bit.
Oh, man.
See the takeoff way up there in the upper right there at Smith Lake Park. And
about 15-minute run to get to the Smith Lake Dam right there, and another 15 to get to the far reaches that we saw some of those fish catches, but yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I'm really surprised the catches are as spread out as they are. I really, really am. And there are more down close to takeoff, but there's a lot of fish being caught mid-lake, too.
We need to do this same thing at the end of our show. We do a 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., the first 4 hours of the day, look at the catches, and then do the 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Take it down, put a new one up.
And see where they move, with obviously having to be closer to weigh-in, but also boat traffic. We're gonna see guys start to gravitate back when they feel like they have 10 or 11 pounds.
It would be interesting to see.
Have not seen a recreational boat out there yet.
No.
They've all been fishing boats or camera boats.
Hey, this is the this is the kind of day we pray for.
Let's see if we're saying that on FS1 on Sunday.
Yeah.
We'll have to tell everybody at Smith that there's plenty of AC in the churches on Sunday, so till noon, there's nobody out there.
That's why there's nobody out there. Everybody's got ACs.
Air
Back in the day, we went to the lake because the only place you could cool off.
Right. Air conditioning, for those who don't know what AC is, right, Tommy?
Yeah. We learned that last week.
We did.
Yeah.
We learned that AC was short for air conditioning.
I mean, it's written on your little button in your truck, isn't it? AC.
I always wondered what it meant.
I don't even turn it on. I just turn the knob of the fan, and it automatically clicks on. I don't even know if it's real air or not. Like, where am I getting it from? We did have that. So Davey, you're not out of the inside joke. We were watching Lake Eufaula last week. One of our anglers said, hope y'all are enjoying that or enjoying this tough fishing back home in your AC. Air conditioning, just in case,
Oh, he said that.
Yeah, clarified it for us at home. Not going to say which angler.
I thought you were talking about Justin.
Not going to make the team.
No.
He's got such a good sense of humor. That is something that he might do.
Yeah.
Oh, you've summoned them, Davey. I've got messages now saying they're whipping their pontoon out just for Davey. They're going to be racing around.
I think they seen it and started to reel it in. I saw one shoot up. Oh, boy.
I mean, we have expectations.
Hey, if you're going to show up, show out.
I mean, these anglers
I want to see you show out.
It's going to be a jet ski poker run starting about 5 minutes from now. So get ready.
First annual Davey Classic.
One of our anglers will say, "What are you doing out here?" And he said, "Davey told us. Dave told us to."
Cut circles around Mad Harry. Davis told you to.
Got
Had to be a stripe.
See David Gasson there in 5th. He filled out his limit. Brian Newton 29th, and Caleb Kufal right behind him at 4 fish. Got about 3 dozen anglers with limits on Bass Track. There may be several more.
They look like bass.
That's not. Well, that could be a pontoon in 2024. No, it's not. They do actually run that fast now.
Got a couple,
Those tri-tunes
motors on the Bennington out there just flying.
Twin 300s.
Oh my goodness.
Five ounces separate our top 5 as it stands right now. So that's going to be the nature of the competition here. Oh, very close. Wesley Gore hooked up.
I get that one. Are you kidding me? What time is it? What's the time? No, it's fine. Still gonna help. But
I'm getting
some of
texts
them
too.
We're big.
Don't worry, they are coming. I'm breaking my pontoon
Definitely gonna
out.
make it. Fat boy. Come on.
Got 98 anglers out there on the water today. They'll fish the full field today and tomorrow, shooting for 50 spots. Saturday's semifinal round. Let's take a look at our unofficial standings. Talked about how tight it is. Look at 1 through 5 there. 5 ounces separating those guys. They drop way, way down to Jay Shakira, Kyle Patrick, Matt Airy, Chris Johnston, and Wes Logan.
Yeah, full pound back. They're
man.
falling behind.
Oh, God.
No doubt.
Don't lose hope, guys. Don't lose hope. Pat Schlopper heads the second page there. Includes Carl Jockinson, Corey Johnston, former winner this year on the tour. Joseph Webster, a lot of people picking Joseph Webster to do well on fantasy this week. And there's Trey McKinney, our points leader. Takumi Ito, Bryant Smith of California, Cody Huff, Justin Atkins, and Timothy Doobie, page number 2.
We could really see a fun, tight top 10 on final
yeah.
day where, it's going to be, you catch a four-pound largemouth.
Yeah. One 4-pounder
minute deal.
Sunday.
Absolutely, could well be. Third place to start this tournament in points, Jacob Fouts. Heading up page number 3, Jeff Gustafson, the former Classic champ. Lee Livesey, part of the doings on Wheeler Lake last time around. Gerald Swindle of Alabama. People picking Gerald out of his bucket. There in fantasy, Luke Palmer, Jordan Lee in 33rd. We're in the boat with him all day, as we are with Wesley Gore and Justin Hammer
Jacob
and Jacob
Rossi. Hey, look at that. Shane LeHue. Look at our guys.
They all settled into that third page.
Hey, I'll take all 6 being in the top 40 halfway through the day.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take that. We got some catchers
That's
on
pretty
camera.
good.
Yeah.
Leah Fujita, Hunter Shryock. So we're just kind of getting started, heading toward midday of our fishing day today, but we have seen plenty of fish catching, and we knew that was coming. 15 pounds, I think we've seen more 15-pounders than I was expecting to show up, Davey.
Yeah, I mean,
15 inches, I'm sorry.
Well,
50,
of course, but I mean, it's been interesting to watch this morning. The fish catching is great. I mean, it really is. I don't think it's just because of the clouds. I think we have seen this lake get better and better through the years. Bassmaster coming here since 04 until now. And it'll be a great tournament. The fish aren't going to be as big as they have been at some of our tournaments earlier in the year, but it will be a very exciting Sunday to watch the final few hours. One person catching a 4-pounder or so will change everything.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tommy, we talked about it. The afternoon is going to be key when we see boat traffic, how these anglers align themselves, the strategy they play. If someone runs across one of those wolf packs I showed at the Screen of Knowledge earlier today, that'll be a game changer as well. But this is kind of our salute. See you later, spotted bass, and for the most part, see you later, largemouth. The last 2 events we will see mostly brown fish.
Absolutely. And suits you early on, but you want to make a prediction of what's going to be the cut line for the 50 cut after today, the first half of that cut
22 line. Pounds may be good after 2 days.
Okay.
11 a day.
11 pounds a day.
That would be high.
Yeah, may be high. Maybe a little
We'll
bit
shoot high.
I hope it is.
We'll aim high, shoot
Great to have you with us. We got plenty more coverage coming up from the Marathon Studios here. We'll go to live mix for you for the next hour. After that, Ronnie and Kyle Jesse are going to be handling our location. Kyle will be on location. You'll be here for that hour from 11 to 2 Central Time, 11 to 12 Central Time.
Yes, and then the full show back the last 2 hours.
We have not been wanting for action today. These anglers adapting to some conditions they really haven't practiced in and doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, they absolutely are. See a lot of different baits.
We got plenty more to come in the afternoon, so stay with us here on Bassmaster.com.
Extra shot. They're reacting way better. Probably because the wind's blowing a little bit. And there's a little bit of sun. That'd make a lot of sense. It is officially, whatever it is. It's probably overheated. It ain't lost power.
So we'll just troll over there. Never know if you'll see a fish. Dude, I feel like I'm just fumbling around. I gotta get back in my pace. Before this dive, we're gonna put on some magic sauce. Let's just rub it all in my hand. Just. Gosh, this stuff is potent. My hand's rotten.
Live mixer. Wow. All this bait, no fish. I doubt it's a spot, but. Alrighty. Huh. Come on, somebody see it. Yes. I don't know. I don't think he's no better. All right. Not very much. About 4 ounces. You don't have to. I mean, he was 2 pounds on the dot. I mean, dang, dude, I just can't catch a good one. We still live box?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, we're still in live mix, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm. Little single, it looks like. Missed him. Swam out the damn screen. Huh?
I'm on top of it.
Oh.
Live 5 still on live mix? He's just letting you know. Yeah, he's probably going to be making a move here shortly. changing something? They're going to change things?
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be grouping up a little more, but I'm about to go probably run some brush here in a second because I just keep catching the same size fish. I know people are going to weigh like 12, 13 pounds doing this, which sucks, but because unfortunately I've caught pound and a halfer after pound and a halfer. No. Oh my gosh. That was a big one. It's like a 3-pounder. How? I saw him. It was upper twos. How does he come off? Oh, dang it. That, unfortunately, has been my year.
what they think if we just start yelling back. Be like, what? Whatever they were doing. I was like, what? I have 911 on speed dial. What's your emergency? Something's happening. Why can't everybody just be like, my line was just boing.
It's near as many in here as I did yesterday. May go back to where I was catching them this morning out deeper.
They're schooling up.
Yeah, may fish through there.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here in the state of Alabama. 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series season takes us to Smith Lake in Cullman, Alabama. Our last southern event of the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series season. Anglers fighting for Classic Points Angler of the Year positioning. Hopes to requalify for the Elite Series. And there's our 6th that we have live today. A lot of our Angler of the Year former winners. And I'm joined, is this the Inside Bassmaster podcast or is this Bassmaster Live? Ronnie Moore here with my guy on site, Kyle Jesse. And Kyle, it's been hot in Alabama, but the 98 anglers left this morning under stormy conditions. Tell us about day one so far.
You're exactly right. It was a soggy start to take off. Obviously, completely different than what the anglers saw in practice. It was very hot. Seemed like there wasn't a whole lot of wind. Whole lot of complaints about it being hot. We obviously saw that, of course, but this morning it seemed like all the anglers were extremely excited about the conditions and the possibilities that could be. And so far, I mean, it's been exactly what I would have expected in the sense that there's been plenty of fish catches, and just having to weed through the numbers has kind of been the name of the game so far.
We knew that 3 and 4 pounders would be opportune fish, the kicker fish that you need. We've already seen Justin Hamner kind of check off, and Jordan Lee, quality largemouth in their bag. It looks like there might be a little bit more of a largemouth factor than we first thought coming into the week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of the guys I talked to this morning, it seemed like we're going to try to catch their limited spotted bass and then try to target largemouth. But the one thing that we've seen be true is that it looks like a lot of the largemouth are mixed in with the spotted bass. So, as where we may have thought the guys would push shallow and try to catch them, later in the day, a big largemouth, it seems like, from what I can tell, at least, a lot of the fish are mixed in, and it'll be interesting to see what the afternoon holds as far as, trying to catch that kicker largemouth for the rest of the field.
Absolutely. And before we kick off the afternoon portion of our coverage, let's take you through what we've seen this morning so far on our Yamaha midday report. And Kyle, we started with a guy who's known for this type of fishery, Clearwater spotted bass. He's a Carolinian. He knows about blueback herring. Shane LeHue right there in the middle of the pack with solid fish catches this morning, fishing a little bit shallower, we'll say, in that 15 to 30 foot range, which is funny to say this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I started my morning with Shane LeHue, actually, and just like you said, the one thing I noticed was there were other anglers around him. Guys were in significantly deeper water, covering, it's hard to even say 100+ foot, but chasing, fish that were suspended, chasing bait. It looked like he was much further up towards the bank, obviously throwing a drop shot, mixing in a jig head minnow as well, and having a solid morning, it seems.
Yeah, the big deal, you're going to see guys catch a lot of fish this week. 15 inchers are keepers this week for largemouth and spotted bass. When you get a 2-pounder, that's solid. But getting yourself 2.5 pound quality fish is going to be the deal breaker for a lot of anglers this week. And a guy we saw with a little bit different style, you talked about closer to the bank for Shane LeHue, absolutely up against the bank. Jordan Lee's been battling that in and out pattern. He fished shallow with top water a lot this morning, but also gave the offshore run. He really likes what he saw up on the bank, though.
Here in the middle of the lake.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like myself were interested to see what Jordan would do early this morning. Obviously, being one of the closest anglers that we have to Smith Lake, you kind of had to figure that he would have something up his sleeve. Looked like he caught that early one on a top water. That got me excited right off the bat. And then, like you said, seems as if he's pushed off the bank, kind of fishing for some of those fish that the rest of the field are fishing for as well.
Prop bait has been key for Jordan Lee, it seems. One of those top waters you can work fast or you can work slow. Some brim eaters he has been targeting. And we know if you find a wolf pack of fish like we showed in the clip at the Screen of Knowledge earlier today, you can get right in a hurry. A past winner here. We've had a lot of college events and a lot of Bassmaster Opens over the last 20 years, but no top level of the sport tournaments. One of our Opens winners from past years, Jacob Poroznik. It's either they're on the bank, Kyle Jesse, and he's looking at them, or he is very good this style of fishing too.
Yeah, when he won the St. Croix Bassmaster Open here a few years ago, it was something that almost seemed like a foreign concept, fishing that deep for those spotted bass, and you saw him have success there. Not a surprise to see him catching them early this morning. It'll be interesting to see what those fish do later in the day with some sun. If they gang up and they group up, become easier to catch, or if they spread apart and, become more difficult to target.
That's the one interesting thing. We had 3 days of hot, sunny sky weather. Anglers were greeted with clouds and rain, and they were like, I kind of planned for hot, sunny sky pattern. And so they're having to adjust a little bit this morning. A guy who was very excited for this tournament came and pre-fished on Memorial Day weekend when plenty of boats were out, saying, I'm not going to get spun out by the traffic. I'm going to game plan my pre-practice in that way. And this morning we talked about that bonus largemouth. That one on a big spoon off a dock, that's very key. Now, as he tries to progress and get a bigger bag, he's probably thinking, I can gain some points in Angler of the Year, going from second and hopefully cutting Trey's lead down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we talked about it earlier. The prospects are try to catch your limit early of spotted bass and then maybe move shallow to catch a largemouth. He did the opposite and was able to catch a big largemouth early, which is going to help propel him without a doubt. And the rest of the day is just going to be, you know, a lot easier on him.
We've seen some great visuals in the boat with Wesley Gore, below his boat on his forward-facing sonar, and above the boat with the drone. Wesley's been anywhere over 70, 80 feet of water. He's been in 25 feet of water, dropping down and been able to fool some fish. But the big thing I've seen, Kyle, is the way they're chasing on his graph. That is a good sign that they are actively pursuing the bait, and you're not having to just keep it in their face for a couple seconds, hoping they bite.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Wesley Gore is an angler that all of us were looking at in this event. Being an Alabama angler, you know, having experience here, of course, is always going to help. And Wesley, all season long, has, one, just had a fantastic season, but two, has been able to utilize those electronics as well as any rookie in the class, which is really saying something. So not surprising to see him getting it going here.
Everyone in the Elite Series is chasing this young man who's the top of the Progressive Angler of the Year standings and Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, Trey McKinney. It seems like even when he gets a slow start to his day, he'll still somehow be inside the cut, or like this season, inside the top 20. He's got a solid 10.5-pound limit so far. We know that that's probably going to be closer to maybe the cut line, Kyle, maybe 10 pounds, 10.5 pounds will be around 50th, so he'll need to probably upgrade if he wants to stay inside the cut by the end of weigh-in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, obviously he's got plenty of time to do it, but like you said, what an incredible season that Trey McKinney has had so far. Every time you think there's a potential for stumble, like we saw at Wheeler on day one, he bounces back and jumps back up there. I wouldn't be surprised to see the same thing happen here, of course. You know, right before we came back, saw him fishing shallow with the jig, looked like, and that's certainly a good way to catch a bigger one later in the day.
As we take a look, we see Paul Mueller way to the west stretches of Smith Lake, Drew Cook, Mark Menendez, and then you start to get more towards the centralized portion of the lake, that mid-lake portion where the three arms of Smith kind of come together, and then you get towards the Smith Lake Dam. This is all 98 anglers fishing this week. We talked about some anglers have taken medical hardships. Others, we will see them back in action in New York, but we are missing Kobe Krieger. He fished into the 28-day off limits by 1 day, self-reported that, but the penalty for that, Kyle, is missing this tournament. So we miss Kobe. Wish that mistake wouldn't have happened, but we praise him for self-reporting. And so 98 Elite Series pros fishing this week, and we're going to head out to the guy who probably knows more about this lake than anybody else, Mr. Jordan Lee. Jordan has gotten off the bank where he had been utilizing topwater all morning. Now it seems like that's either faded or now he's going and testing some offshore spots.
That's why I've been fishing the bank, because they're all...
He's getting his signs right there, Kyle. You
hear the same size, probably.
It's going to be hard to upgrade. He's already got some quality from the shoreline. It's going to be hard to maybe upgrade in some of these offshore spots unless you find that 4-pound spotted bass.
Certainly. They're certainly out there swimming around. Like we mentioned earlier, you know, it's just a matter of going through some numbers and you know, culling ounce by ounce, trying to get up to, you know, like you said, that north of 10.5, 11 pounds.
You said you were out there and you saw that one will not help for Jordan Lee. You saw Shane LeHue this morning, took some photos of him. Tell me about, there doesn't seem like there was any pleasure boaters, but then also everyone wants to capitalize early. Did you see a good number of Elite Series pros not far from takeoff in that Smith Lake ramp region?
Yeah, chance at some bigger ones.
That certainly seemed to be the case, from what I could tell. There were a lot of boats fairly close to takeoff, I'd say within 2 to 6 miles away from takeoff. And it seemed like that was kind of the deal that I heard a lot of during practice talking to anglers, was that, with the boating traffic that's, due to come later this week, that, most guys wanted to maximize their fishing time, stay close, and not have to worry about the long run. But certainly seemed like a lot of the anglers that stayed fairly close capitalized on an early morning bite.
Talk about Jordan Lee. We plan to have him in our day one coverage here at Smith before we even hit the Wheeler event. Surprising 92nd place for him at Wheeler. Kind of, he said, eliminated himself from Angler of the Year, especially if Trey doesn't slack off one bit. And so Jordan, did he have a different vibe at the ramp? Have you got to see Jordan in person this week, knowing that he's kind of trying to get back in it?
I did not. I didn't get to talk to him this morning, but, obviously that was a tough pill to swallow. I'm sure, having such a rough event there at Wheeler, but it makes it a little easier, I would say, going into the next event when it's on your home lake. I'm sure he was super, super excited to get here. And, obviously you see on the screen there 48th place and only has 8.7, but, I mean, that's one bite away from being right up there where, some of the top 10 and top 20 are sitting. So certainly not even remotely out of it at this point.
Looking at a 2-box of two-time Classic champ Jordan Lee, 2017, 2018 Classic champ, and our reigning Classic champ Justin Hamner. We had him in studio last week, and we proposed the question, could you win Angler of the Year? Sneak up. You've been in the top 10 all year. Could you sneak up into second like you have been and then pass Trey McKinney and win Classic and AOY in the same season? I believe only Kevin Van Dam and Mark Davis have done that. That would be a huge thing for Justin Hamner, a guy who is still very early in his career but has showed signs.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where, you win the Classic and it takes a giant load of pressure off of you in a lot of ways. And it's talked about a lot, but being able to fish free and fish, without any major pressures really helps guys. And the fact that he got off to a good start this season as it was, and then winning the Classic, and then even after that being in great position in progressive AOY points, I mean, it seemed like the perfect storm for Justin Hamner. And you and I talked about it on the podcast with him. I mean, you could tell he was ready to get after it the rest of the season and really go after the AOY title.
Looking at our Bass Track leaderboard, if you're keeping up with Bassmaster Live here on the website and also peeking at Bass Track, you'll see right there at the bottom ticker, Alex Redwine, unofficial leader right now, 13.9. Second place, Corey Johnston. He's another one. Him and Jordan Lee both stubbed their toe big time last week. Jordan was second in points, fell down to 6th, whereas Corey was 5th or 6th and fell to 12th place. He is now back in the top 10 because of his second place point standing in this event. That's something that Corey's going to maybe regret when we head north. If he does what he's supposed to do in Champlain and the St. Lawrence, he may get top 5 in points and be like, what if Wheeler wasn't my worst career finish and I got away with a 50th there?
Yeah, like you said, you can pretty well count on Corey and Chris both to show out up north, and that's been the case obviously the entire time they've been on the Elite Series. And yeah, having a tough event at Wheeler definitely stings a little bit, especially like you said, being in second on Bass Track currently.
Once again, seeing some rookies come into view. We talked about Redwine and Johnston, first and second. Greg DePalma, Kyle Patrick, John Garrett, Robert G. There's 4th, 5th, and 6th are all rookies. Jace Shakurit, man, we've been asking, when's his time? He's going to be due for an AOY at some point. He's been in the top 10 in points every single year of his elite career so far, and we can't underestimate how good Jay Shakir is. So I'm interested to see what he does the rest of this tournament, as well as when we go to New York for 2 in a row.
So steady. I mean, he has been, like you said, the entire time that he's been on the Elite Series. And you know, we talk about fantasy fishing a lot, and it seems like a lot of the times he's one of those players that's undervalued, where just about every tournament suits his style anymore. It seems like doesn't have a glaring weakness.
Now, I've asked specifically, Kyle, on site if you've talked to any anglers or heard from any anglers, specific guys, but overall, was there anyone who saw you, gave you a fist bump and said, man, I'm really excited this week, actually practice was really good? Did you hear any guys with confidence rolling into this tournament?
I didn't hear a whole lot of that. I did hear some positivity of the weather this morning. Obviously, changing conditions, and most of the guys were a huge fan of the change in the conditions. So definitely some excited faces this morning at takeoff.
We're going to see a tight leaderboard all 4 days of this event, no doubt in my mind. This is the way it shakes out right now. About 5.5 hours into the 8-hour day one of competition. Alex Redwine's on the top of the leaderboard. Corey Johnston, Greg DePalma, that's your top 3. Got a couple rookies and topping it out with some Carolinians at the bottom of the top 10.
Hey everybody, Shane LaHue. We are at Lewis Smith Lake. This tournament is going to be a lot about forward-facing sonar, and Berkley has designed some unique baits for that. One is the Berkley Credge, and I've underutilized this bait, honestly, in the last few months. I've played around with it here the last couple weeks, preparing for this tournament, learning how to fish this thing. I think it's going to be a big player this week. Whether they're up top schooling, this is a bait you can reel and it stays on the surface looking like a bait fish that's trying to get away from schooling spotted bass, or you can work it over brush piles and things like that, get them to come out of brush. And the unique thing about this is it wants to go up, not like your typical jerkbait that goes down. So I think when you get it over a piece of structure and you get those fish following it, they think they're pinning it to the surface, so they got something to pin it to. This is a great bait for forward-facing sonar. Also, another bait I'm going to be utilizing is the Berkley Power Switch. This is a minnow style bait. This is another forward-facing sonar optimized bait. You can see it really well, shows up great on the Garmin. I'm going to just use short twitches of the rod, try to hover it above their head almost. Again, this is going to be a player, I believe, this week on Smith Lake.
It's our Bass Pro Shops top lures with Shane LaHue. A couple key baits that he could be using this week, or we could see show up. Is that Davey Height during our break, Kyle Jesse? Is that Davey out there?
Could be. Not too far of a trip from Little Rock. I could see it.
Out there in front of Jacob Porosnik, but we're starting to see some of what we expected, maybe a little bit later on day one than we thought. Hey, we'll take it any way we can get it. A little bit of boat traffic will be a theme this week at Smith Lake, but hasn't been too bad on day one so far. A lot of road you can cover here, a lot of water to fish. How you can get there, how far you want to go to the west, how far up creeks you want to live. That is all up to your discretion. But as we take a look at our leaderboard that we left with, some other guys we did not mention. David Gaston hanging in the top 10 in 8th place. His roommate Bryant Smith was in our early top 10 this morning, the first hour of competition. We've got a couple rookies, Kyle Patrick, John Garrett, Robert G, all doing their best to stay in contention for Rookie of the Year, hoping if Trey's going to slip, it would be sometime soon and they could capitalize, but that has not been the case so far on Smith Lake.
Certainly running out of time to catch him with only a couple events left, but still a lot to be determined in this one. That is for certain.
Take a look at some of our anglers we have live today. We have Jordan Lee, Justin Hamner, Shane LaHue, Wesley Gore. It looks like Jordan's about to make a move. He is right there around that cut line, just like Shane LaHue. I feel like Jordan knows that a baseline 9 to 10 pounds is a gimme, and he has been using this low light period, different conditions to try some things that maybe could net a 12 or 13 pound bag. It hasn't yet, but he knows he can always negate to that baseline 9 to 10 pound gimme limit.
We're run a little bit, not super far. Yeah, being a local here, I mean, in a lake like Smith that has such a population of bass, I mean, like you mentioned, he certainly has some things to fall back on if it comes to that. But like you said, with the changing conditions and, you know, certainly different from practice, it's a great time to try to catch some big ones early.
Just like Jordan Lee, Wesley Gore's going to make a little bit of a move as well.
You gonna ride?
Might not be as far. Cameraman's going to hang, keep the shot. We appreciate all the cameramen. They're dealing with the heat the last few weeks as well on the water. Not only Wheeler, but Eufaula, Oklahoma for the Open last week, and now this week at Smith. It's going to be midsummer feeling for sure. Shane LaHue on your right, Justin Hamner on your right as well. I don't know if the cameraman knew how far Wesley Gore was going to go, but he's hanging there. We appreciate all those guys covering them the way we are. Here's the other two we have live today. Trey McKinney, your Progressive Angler of the Year leader, and Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year leader. And you have a former winner here, Jacob Porosnik, hanging in the top 41 right now.
What are the odds that Trey McKinney just found a dock cable?
Yeah, very high odds. I think this is the one fault in his armor that he's had so far this year. We saw him get hung up. That's about the only bad thing that has gone not his way so far this season. Kyle, I wonder how much prep and research and study these Elite Series anglers have done for those who have never been here. Maybe they fished the Opens in the years we didn't have Smith on the schedule, but we've been here in April. We've been here in February for college events, things like that, and October as well for the Opens. It is no tangible research could help you with June possibly, though. So they did have to kind of just figure it out when they got here as well.
That's absolutely true. And you know, there's just not a whole lot of tournament evidence to go off of in general, just all the way around. Like you said, all the Bass events have been earlier in the season, of course, or significantly later, but it seems like a time of the year where it's still not hard to get bites. We've seen a lot of that today.
It's like Trey with a jig keeper, whether it helps him or not remains to be seen. He's going to have to weigh it, and if it's close, he'll have to maybe cold beam it. 10.6 has him in the top 25 right now. Ounces are going to be so key this week.
Come on. Okay, I gotta try blue.
And there we go. People, it's hard to understand exactly what these anglers are seeing out there when they're fishing out in the middle of the creek or out in the middle of the lake, but this is a perfect picture of two anglers and their forward-facing sonars that we have access to. We appreciate Wesley and Justin allowing us to do that, but you see them, these guys are actually fishing very similar right now, depth zones, that 15 to 22 feet of water for both of these anglers, and you can see how they're relating to either brush or maybe if they're suspended, how they're suspended in the water column.
Definitely a little shallower than a lot of the anglers have been fishing. As I mentioned earlier, you know, some of the guys that I covered this morning were sitting over 100 foot of water and really targeting those fish that were suspended up in the water column. Justin Hamner and Wesley Gore are obviously not doing that right now, so interesting to see a different perspective. And Ronnie, with that, I'll ask you, what is your preference of color palette here between the green and the bronze?
The green reminds me of Robert G's from Toledo Bend, and it was a great way to do a visual, but I do like Justin Hamner. A lot of new people to forward-facing sonar want the clearest possible picture, but with Hamner, he has talked about, you can see there, the dock cable right under the dock and all of the different species underneath of that on the right side of your screen. for Justin. He turns up his gain to a level where it's not going to be picture perfect clear for him, but it's going to show him some life is there, and that's all he needs to know to make a perfect cast to it. And you can see it almost looks like they're fishing the same thing. Wesley to the left has got the same type of suspended. Maybe it's off the edge of a dock as well. But I like the green for my preference overall.
Certainly no lack of life on Wesley Gore's screen there just a moment ago.
And you'll start to see Justin Hamner, that bonus 3+ pound largemouth earlier in the day. He may have the same bait on. We'll see when he brings it in. That spoon was big. Yep, he's got the spoon on now. That fish had it good, had it in the mouth, and that is a big chunk of metal, but that's the one way to differentiate your bait. When you're doing a bunch of jighead minnow, you have spotted bass eager to bite. If there is a largemouth around, especially on the end of a dock, that spoon may attract the bigger fish. Instead of you having to weed through all of them, the first presentation could be the big fish. You have to watch Wesley Gore drop it down right on 2 different fish in about 25 feet of water earlier today. That clip is up on social media if you want to check out watching his bait drop to the fish, watching them react to it, get competitive, and then he hooks and catches a keeper. He just did right there as well. Might not be a keeper for Wesley as we make a move from Gore and Hamner over to Jordan Lee. He was making a move a couple minutes ago when we had him in a 4-box, and it looks like he has made his way to his next spot. Going back from the offshore game, Kyle, now to the shallow, whether it's with a, it looks like still a prop bait.
This is what I was interested to see, is if we were going to see some anglers make a push shallow and try to catch a big one.
This might be, just based on his 8.5, I know he might be low on Bass Track probably. This should cull for him.
Looking at the top of the head, it's like a 2-pounder.
Yeah, this should cull for him for sure if he says it's like a 2-pounder.
1 hook. He's 1 hook in the eye. That's bigger than that. Maybe my biggest fish. Come on, stay on.
Bad sign the way it's hooked, and a good sign the quality of the fish that Jordan Lee could be putting in the boat right now, and most definitely will cull. And it, like you said, it could be his biggest of the day if he can get it in the boat. Fish blew up on his topwater. It looks like a spotted bass.
Just skin hooked. Probably just need to pull them on in. Yes.
That is a good spotted bass.
Little upgrade. Biggest one of the day. Why don't we just stay shallow? Enough with that minnow shaking. Man, I appreciate that. That makes my... Two and 3/4.
Oh,
better than what we had.
Probably will put him at 10 pounds at least, with him being in the 8s. Kyle, if I had that fish hooked, it would have came off, no doubt, but a back-to-back classic champion, Jordan Lee, manages to play it perfectly and land that fish, and that's gonna move him up 2 pounds. 1.5 pound coal, 2 pound coal. That'll move you up 25 to 40 spots this week with how close it is, and
those opportunities are hard to come by, obviously, with those 2.5 to 3+ pounders. And obviously, like you said, when you have them skin hooked like that, it makes it even more nerve-wracking.
Jordan Lee, two-time Classic champion, came back to the Bassmaster Elite Series this year and started off with a top 10 at Toledo Bend and hung tight there at Lake Fork. Has been in the points race all season long. He's trying to get back in that race at the top. Here's your leaderboard right now. We won't see Jordan Lee on this page, but I guarantee you he jumped 2 or 3 pages worth of leaderboards after that last fish catch, getting him off the cut line, probably up into the 20s for sure. Got to have almost 12 pounds to be in the top 10 right now. We'll see what the top end weight will be at the end of the day, but Jordan Lee just made a big gap jump. Day one here at Lewis Smith Lake, the TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite. Cullman, Alabama is our host this week. Smith Lake Park is where the facilities are, and TH Marine bringing us our live coverage this week for the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series season. And weird to think there's less than 12 days of fishing left in the Elite Series season, and these anglers only have, honestly, 5 more guaranteed days, tomorrow and day 1 and day 2 of the final 2 events. So Kyle Jesse, it is coming down to the wire for all the races. Progressive Angler of the Year, Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, Classic Cut Line, requalification, and everything in between. You're gonna have to catch them fast if you haven't so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It still feels like to me that Toledo Bend was probably 2 or 3 years ago. It seems like that was a long time ago, but obviously running out of time for all those things you mentioned.
Out with our Classic champ, Justin Hamner.
That's a big one. No, it's not. Oh, don't do that. It'll help. Definitely get rid of one. Ooh, barely hooked. How they're barely getting it. I just think every time I set the hook on that thing, it's gonna be a big one.
Definitely fishing a big bait to get a big bite.
It will help.
But don't underestimate the aggression of a spotted bass, especially one that feeds on blueback herring all year long. Hamner's gonna make a couple ounce cull here.
Yeah, a lot of times you associate smaller baits with spotted bass, but like you said, certainly not the case there for Justin Hamner, going with a more or less a Magnum spoon, looks like.
So we go over to Jordan Lee. We got a little bit of a bird's eye view of him as he has now gone shallow, and based on his last upgrade, Kyle, about a pound and change upgrade from his smallest. That is a good cull that you can have around noon on your tournament day. I have a feeling the rest of the day will be shallow for Jordan Lee, and he may start tomorrow on the same train of thought until this lake tells him that quality is no longer on the bank.
Yeah, a lot of times this type of pattern seems like, you know, you're going to get less bites, but the quality is going to be there. But it seems like, at least since we've been watching, you know, here at this midday section, he's been getting enough bites to justify doing it. And Ronnie, I've fished with you enough to know this is certainly your style of fishing as well. So
this is
yeah,
us.
Absolutely, this is how we have spent our summers. That is for sure.
And like you said, we have gotten few and far between bites at times.
I think that has more to do with you and I fishing more than it does the lack of fish on the bank.
No doubt about it. I'll pose the question to you, Jordan Lee, in his return to the Elite Series. We know that he has fished 4 years in the Elite Series. Then he went and fished another league for 5 years. Now has came back in his first year back, Kyle. So he's in his 10th season of fishing nationally and on a professional level. Did you expect him to come up to the Elite Series this year and not skip a beat and be who he thought he was? But we've seen some other anglers come back and kind of struggle out of the gate. But it seems like no matter what style he's had to fish, he has done well this year.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, we have evidence to suggest that, you know, it wouldn't be surprising if he came back and stumbled a little bit, but that hasn't been the case at all. Shallow, deep, fishing the bank, using electronics, it literally seems like any tournament outside of Wheeler, no matter what the pattern is, he has really, really excelled.
Big area or no?
Cable docks. This is a very deep lake. We've seen anglers fishing over 100 feet of water, fishing in 100 feet of water, but above it. You know, the top 20 feet of the water column most of the time.
What I wanted to do today, just the stretches I got bit on in practice, there wasn't any fish there.
And you see a little bit of shallow, some flat places, but this is a real bluff bank style lake. Even access to deep water for shallow fish is very close by. Jordan kind of echoing his what he had found in practice hadn't worked.
I may run back inside the tee there at the park, fish all those pockets in there. Had a couple bites in there. It's just tough to get around one. But man, if I could see some up there, I feel like I can catch them. They'll eat that prop bait. Just need one bite. One difference maker. It's a high risk, high reward deal.
Another move for Jordan Lee. If it works out like it did for him last time, he changed locations. He made about 1.25 pound cull. He's going to look to do the same thing, Kyle Jesse, and we know how much it can move you in the leaderboard. The fact that Jordan was around 51st place when he caught that last fish, and now he's up in the 30s, can move you at least a dozen places, and I don't even know if that went in. It did go in as a 212. He still has 3 under 2 pounds, so he still has plenty of room to grow from 9 3/4 as well.
It just feels right, you know. I mean, the conditions that have been dealt today, staying shallow later in the day, trying to catch a big largemouth or spotted bass, as we've seen. We've seen, you know, his last big one that he caught was a spotted bass, and you know, this is, to me, where it's really an advantage to be a local, because, you know, a guy that's not a local doing this technique would have to just put his trolling motor on high and cover as much water as possible. Jordan Lee, over the course of his life, knows all these stretches that you know, have yielded big bites in the past, which, you know, moving forward the rest of the day should play out in his favor.
Like we said, he's making a move. We'll see where he ends up. Said he may start to fish some of those pockets closer to takeoff, whether that's strategically, because people, you know, beating the flow of anglers back towards the ramp. If you get there first and be able to fish it, you're not fishing used water maybe, but we do know around the Smith Lake Park region was very occupied this morning. Guys trying to fish close to get off to an early start. Maybe not the pockets, but just some brush pile and offshore school spots, as we see Trey McKinney. He did that this morning, but now the last couple bites have came off docks.
Come on.
I thought it was gonna be her the way she was in that brush. What is up with this? Why? They're there. Oh, that wasn't. Gotta get it out before they see it.
One thing, Kyle, I'll say that's underrated about this rookie class is their proficiency with a jig. We want to talk about forward-facing sonar, that technology, maybe jerk baits and jig head minnows. When you think about the Kyle Patricks of the world, the Tyler Williams, Trey McKinney, JT Tompkins, all very proficient with a jig, and that's not even mentioning guys like John Garrett and Wesley Gore, Ben Milliken, Robert G., Timothy Doobie. No doubt in my mind this is one of the most talented Rookie of the Year classes, but that is a technique that we haven't talked a lot specifically related to those anglers.
That's really a great point. You know, like you said, the assumption is that they're all just out there in the middle of the lake just chasing around fish with a jig head minnow. But, you know, you take a big fish bait like a jig, and then you can apply your knowledge of forward-facing sonar with that. And it really is a recipe for success, especially for some of the top guys in the rookie class, as you mentioned.
It's kind of like a way to use technology, and instead of negating to finesse tactics, you can still power fish your way. You can still, we saw that in the fall for the Bassmaster Open season last year, where Tyler won, Kyle Patrick won, and then we had Matt Messer win the Harris Chain event. So those last three events that were more fall-based tournaments, we saw a lot of using your technology that's allowed to you to find the structure, brush piles, grass edges, and then picking your poison on how you want to present your bait. And a lot of those guys were like, I didn't know there was a ton of fish in these brush piles. I just saw the brush and presented my favorite, strongest bait, good hookup ratio, landing percentage, which is a jig for a lot of these anglers. And I was able to utilize that. So it's good to see a little bit of power fishing methods with technology that would often present itself to maybe being finesse.
Yeah, when used appropriately, I mean, the electronics these days with forward-facing sonar, I mean, it just allows you to be so efficient. Like you said, when you're targeting a brush pile or targeting something, you know, specific, it just allows you to make a more accurate cast, you know, cast after cast versus, you know, traditionally a lot of times you would miss your target.
We're watching our Angler of the Year leader and second place. Trey McKinney on your left is leading by 59 points coming into this event over Justin Hamner, who is second place. Cody Huff was third place, about another 26, 27 points behind Hamner, followed by Jacob Fouts and Chris Johnston, your top five. You see Trey, our Angler of the Year leader, hooked up. Not going to call, and I just talked about hookup ratio and landing percentage, and Kyle, he loses that fish, but everything's all good. Wouldn't have called anyways. Kyle, appreciate you joining me on site, bringing us some looks from the venue there at Smith Lake Park. Take care this week, man. Stay cool, like everyone said, or stay dry today at least.
Yeah, it's only going to get warmer from here, but we were certainly blessed with some decent weather, and certainly excited to hop on and get to see some of the action from the screen rather than from the water.
Absolutely. Glad to have you with me. We'll let you go. Maybe you'll take some photos of some guys coming in. We'll bring Tommy, Davey, Such, the full gang back after this commercial break.
TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite on Smith Lake in Cullman, Alabama. Sponsored by Mercury. By Power Pole. And by Progressive Insurance. A couple of hours fishing time remaining on this day here. Day number one, 98 anglers. That's our full field. Going to fish today and tomorrow. We have got a lot more business to settle today, a lot more fishing to witness and enjoy. It's been most enjoyable. Great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the great Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, Mike Such, Sukon, and Davey. I may be missing something here, but we've had some runaways this year. Runaways, beatdowns, whatever you want to call them. I don't see any way for somebody to run away so far in this one.
No, I don't think it's going to happen here for us this week. And it's going to be good. It's going to be enjoyable to see these anglers catch a lot of bass. And it's going to be really, really close. I'm sure come Sunday afternoon we'll have all 10 anglers that could possibly win this event.
Ronnie, I appreciate. Thank you and Kyle for doing on location with us.
No, not a problem.
Yeah.
I'll say this feels like the Sabine River, even though that's probably the shallowest body of water we fish. And compared to Smith Lake, the deepest body of water we'll fish because of how many fish they're catching and how tight the leaderboard is and how key and above average 3+ pounders is to the field. We saw with Brock Mosley last year at the Sabine catch that 4-pounder. He's in the driver's seat. Somebody's going to do that this week, whether it's today, tomorrow, maybe Saturday, or on Championship Sunday. There will be a 4-pounder, and we will all look at each other and know it's his tournament to lose now based on how close the standings are.
All right, and Such, I want to revisit one of your predictions there. You were talking about 11 pounds a day. To make the 50 cut. We got a ways to go before we get there, huh?
Yeah, but the big catches like Cliff Perch just caught a 315, jumps into our top 10 after being mired down in the 40s, 50s all day. And there's guys here that don't even have bass track. You think Greg Hackney and Lester and Mosley and Polinick and Patrick Walters don't have a fish?
No, we don't. None of us think that.
Think again.
Not at all.
Think again.
They're gonna have 15 pounds.
We will think again. We have to think first. But let's think about what we have seen so far. We're going to go ahead and launch right into our Bassmaster Midday Report. Let's start it out with Shane LaHue, our angler from Catawba, North Carolina, sitting just above that 50 cut right now.
Yeah, unofficially only 9 pounds. I do think, in Such's defense, I do think that the weights, these estimates are a little low. And when you say a little low, when you're talking the difference between 10 pounds and 11 pounds, that's a big difference in where you're going to be. But for Shane LaHue, the Midday Report, he has been catching fish all day long. He's one of those anglers that, if he truly only has 9 pounds, comes in with 9 pounds, he will probably be way before 49th place at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but has caught a lot of fish. And he's mixed it up some. He hasn't gone to the bank shallow, but as we were saying earlier, generally offshore fishing this week, we're talking about shallow is 20 to 25 feet deep.
He's been fishing for fish that have homes, Davey. They have a place that they come to, not these fish that are just nomadic, hanging out wherever the water is, Tom.
Are you calling a lot of these fish homeless fish?
Yeah, but by choice, though. They followed the fried chicken down the road.
He's been rounding up a few of those homeless fish as well. Jacob Porosnik and one of the favorites because we have so little past performances to go on amongst our Elite Series anglers here. But Jason Porosnik won and was an open event here 4 years ago.
Yeah, along with the fact that he won the event 4 years ago, he's really good. He talked about it this morning. I'm going to keep my forward-facing electronics, my live sonar. I'm going to be looking at it, and I am going to be out there looking for those homeless spotted bass. And he's caught a fair amount of fish. We saw him break a fish off this morning that would have helped him some, unofficially in 46th place. But there again, I think he's maybe got a little more than 9.2.
You can think about, we're almost to July. So we're almost exactly in the middle of October and April when these two opens normally happen. But the way you fish an open here in October is so much more similar to the way you'll fish it in July compared to the tactics that pop in for our April opens. As we go to somebody who was very excited. We have him on camera because of how excited he was for this tournament, and he's showed out. A little bit of spotted bass, a little bit of largemouth, and some bigger baits in play.
He absolutely has, and I'm going to stay on track with, he absolutely has more than 9 pounds, 8 ounces. Justin Hamner, unofficially in 43rd place, if he has 9 pounds, 8 ounces, but we saw him catch a 3+ pound largemouth earlier, and several of his spotted bass that he's got in there, his 2-pounders are definitely more than 2 pounds. Like I say, when the weights are low like this, when you just round it down, from 2.6 to 2 pounds, and you do that times 4 or 5 fish, then it significantly changes your weight in the big picture thing. But Justin Hamner, like y'all mentioned, has been one of the most excited anglers about being at Smith Lake in late June that I've talked to all season long, and for good reason. He has been catching a lot of fish. He's been catching them different ways, with a spoon, with a shaky head, with a jerk bait a little, and also with a jig head minnow.
Justin Hammer, I got to underline what y'all said again. He said it is absolutely going to be great here at Smith Lake, so we're counting on that.
Plenty of
we
numbers.
have seen some good stuff.
Yeah,
plenty of numbers, plenty of fun, fish catching all day long. He said everybody's pretty much going to do that.
And you can probably, Wesley Gore's been one guy who's been out in the abyss as well, but he's also moved up in that 15 to 20 foot range. The one thing I love about this tournament, Davey, is we don't know where that game changer 4.5, 5 pounder could come. It could be over a timber line, over 80 feet of water, or it could be in 2 inches of water on a top water. that is the options for these anglers this week on a bonus fish.
Yeah, and it makes it tough as an angler. I've been there, done that. When you really just don't know, hey, if I am going to try to just catch 5 fish, I want to keep my bait where I think the biggest fish in the lake are going to be, and it literally could be in 2 feet or 102 feet of water this week. It really, really could. To me, the bigger spotted bass tend to stay shallow up there, roaming around for those brim, and then also the offshore ones tend to like brush piles or standing timber and don't roam quite. A lot of nice quality fish roaming out there in that deep water, but those really, really big spotted bass seem to either want to be real shallow up there when they're feeding or staying around some type of cover like brush.
Well, the real shallow guy amongst the tents, the sampling of 6 guys rather, I should say, on this day for us, has definitely been Jordan Lee.
Yeah, Jordan Lee certainly wants to stay shallow. He started shallow, stayed there for an hour or two, went out deeper, caught, this is one of the fish here, is catching fish that he was having to measure, barely 15 inches. Putting him in the live well, he had to get his limit, but once he got his limit, he's been back shallow the rest of the day, and I think he is all in on the shallow bite, throwing the prop bait up shallow around these brim. Unfortunately, for this pattern and for this technique to happen, it would have been much, much better a week ago when you're around a full moon, or maybe even a new moon a week or 2 away. You'd be seeing more of these bigger fish up there shallow. But Jordan Lee, I like what he's doing, and I think he's got a decent chance to catch a 4-pounder. And if he catches a 4-pounder, he'll put him in the top 10, no doubt.
And what I do love about it, you talked about the shallow spotted bass, the fact that he could sell out with a prop bait or a topwater all day long and not worry about only targeting largemouth. He can get numbers of bites as well. We saw a spot just cull up a pounder or so for him a couple minutes ago, but they're all still chasing Trey McKinney in many more ways than one, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely. He's the man on top of the mountain as far as the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024 goes. 20th place looks like underachieving for Trey McKinney, but actually he is doing just fine. He is holding serve here and doing very, very well.
He absolutely is, and he's been mixing it up, fishing deep and fishing shallower. He's kept a jig in his hand, a living rubber jig, a mop-style jig in his hand, a fair amount today, along with the other baits that he typically uses when he's using his live sonar, but a lot of the fish this afternoon have come with a jig. See him here fishing boat docks. Some of those docks he would catch more than one fish around. Like you and Kyle were talking about, Ronnie, it's a lot of his fish. He's using his technology, but he's also power fishing shallow.
You might see a Jordan Lee encounter this. This is a Wolfpack video. Jesse Wiggins sent it to us. He's won 2 opens on Smith and said this is what an angler could run across this week, Davey Height.
Yeah, and good chance this was last week when there were more brim up around the edges, but they could run in this. I talked to Brandon Cobb yesterday, and he loves to fish like this, looking for these Wolfpack type fish at Lake Hartwell in particular. Usually there's 2 or 3 fish in these groups. Big groups like this makes it easier to catch these fish because they get more competitive, but we could definitely have an angler running this. I'm not so sure the clouds and the rains helped this bite this morning. It looks like Jordan Lee was struggling more than he thought he would have been, and there were some other anglers in practice that said, man, I ran into some giant Wolfpacks just yesterday.
You're just checking in with us. We are at Smith Lake here in Alabama, and we have not been here ever with the Bassmaster Elite Series, certainly not with Bassmaster Live either, so it's kind of an education, a sort of a touch-up on what we do know, what we always know about Smith Lake and what's going on right now, and that is your Bassmaster Midday Report.
That's a great video there. There's anglers that have never seen Wolfpacks. I mean, they don't see them on some lakes because of water clarity or what have you.
You want to talk about how bluffy and how cliff-like this lake is? It almost looks like a drone shot until you see the camera move and there's a deck, banister there. You're like, oh, he's actually in a house looking down on that. That would be, it would make you spill your coffee, Davey. I would be, if you're a bass angler, no doubt.
I'd be throwing me some kind of top water bait out the window.
Hot dog on a hook, and whatever you got.
Eat. Good gosh. You're not even that big. How does he fight that hard?
A little shaky service there, but looked like a good one. Don't know whether that one kept or not, but we'll try to stay on top of that for you. Let's get back out to Jacob Porosnik. Jacob doing good this year. He's low 20s on the points, so that's a good position to be in. You gotta hang on. You can't just give up at this point.
Absolutely.
You can't phone it in from now on. No.
Good solid year. He's had a little health issues here in the last few weeks, but doing all better now. Good to see him. Looks like he's doing just fine.
Maybe. And it looks so good in the water. I don't know.
Super close to helping him. Not quite sure. It looks like maybe he was going to put it on balance beam to be sure.
It'll be just a matter of ounces at any rate. Back over to Shane LaHue.
Gosh, I hope that one bites it. That's a big one. Better, I think. I don't know, he doesn't feel that big now. The other one might have got it. He's not that big. I think the other one got it. Dang it. One raced him to the bottom.
What does it need to be?
I think a 1.7.
Upgrading pennies.
Yeah.
Pennies make dollars.
Dollars and cents, you know, it all counts.
Pennies make dollars in a tournament like this.
That's for sure.
Jordan Lee's a two-time Classic champ. He's used to hundreds of dollars of upgrades, so that's why he's going with the topwater game. Maybe he likes 50s.
Doesn't like making change.
No. Let me just get to my final weight as quick as possible.
That's right. Starting to wonder if Trey McKinney is hanging out with Tyler Williams some between the tournaments. He's sure keeping a brown rubber jig in his hand a lot.
I was telling Kyle that we were talking about the rookie class and how they may be categorized as jerk bait and jig head minnow anglers and forward facing, but when you think about Tyler Williams winning on a jig last year in the Opens, Kyle
how many
Patrick,
keepers we've caught today?
think about JT Tompkins' skill with it. A lot of these young guys used a jig to power fish their way through the technology where it made a lot of anglers go finesse Davy. They were able to kind of
they use a lot of different, I mean, they certainly don't just stick with one bait. They use a lot of different baits.
Brian Polnick's fish just showed up. He's in the top 10 with 12 pounds.
I told you he was going to have 12 pounds.
Hey,
there he sits right there in 10th place on top. Alex Redwine and David Gaston.
Yeah.
Alabama guy. Corey Johnston moving up over the last couple of hours. Robert G., Greg DePalma, Jay Shakurt, and Kyle Patrick all hanging in there. John Garrett and Clifford Perch recently ascended into the top 10 as well. We've still got about an hour and a half fishing time for these anglers. These 98 today. Bassmaster Live. Back here, we give it a lot more love, way more love to the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens this year. We've got live coverage from each and every one of them, at least the championship Saturday until we get to the end, then it's all 3 days. The next stop, we are going north, Lake St. Clair, the giant bowl of a lake, natural lake between Lake Huron and Lake Erie. Man, it is smallmouth headquarters USA, although there's some big largemouth that live in that lake as well. And I think it all kind of went down. I missed that one last year, but I think it went down in the Anchor Bay area.
Anchor Bay was the glory bay of all the Great Lakes around that area.
Second through 10th. Yeah. First was not there. We found out.
It was.
You got to tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ. That's what we're following very closely there on those St. Croix Bassmaster Opens. The pathway to the Bassmaster Elite Series in Easton Fothergill with a little drama, a lot of drama. Pulling out a win last week at Lake Eufaula in Oklahoma. That was a jaw dropper, almost a 9-pounder.
Yeah, an 8-12 at Eufaula, beating the Big Bass by 2 pounds for basically the previous 2 days. And this looks like our top 10 from Eufaula, Tommy, because 7 of the 10 anglers here fished on championship day at Eufaula. It'll be an interesting one as we go north. We have 4 events left: St. Clair, Leech Lake, Mississippi River, and Hartwell. It'll be interesting to see how they map out, but I like the disparity. Young guys, veterans, former pros.
Former pros?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They got relegated by choice or not, but yeah. We got some Dakota E-Bears and some Cody Myers that we knew they'd be in the contention. We didn't know when, but that we knew they would, and they have the last couple of events.
You heard Evan Kung licking his chops to go up north.
Finally.
I'm sure Fothergill is as well too, because Leech Lake is like 100%. Less than an hour from
I bet you Cody Meyer and Dakota E-Bear licking their chops.
Just a lot of chop licking.
Yeah, everybody's licking. They're going to be chapped if they don't have chapstick.
So we're going to have to say Eastern Fothergill. I mean, with a name like that, you have to say his full name. You can't just say Fothergill.
Eastern Fothergill.
Eastern Fothergill.
Eastern Fothergill.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Davey, he became the second angler ever to make the Opens from the College Series as the representative and then qualify for the Classic through a win. He did that last week. It's the second college angler to ever do that.
Wesley Gore hooked up here.
That's a good one, dude. He's got it choked, too. He's got his teeth cut in the line. I can feel him. Stop. Please, girl, come here. Come here, girl. Yes!
Definitely will help
Finally.
him, huh?
Freaking choked it, dude. It's a good one. Gosh, dang it. Told you she had it deep. She had that thing deep in there.
Some heft on that one there. That's going to be an upgrade right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Easton Fothergill hanging in there today as best he can. Back to Shane LeHue. Caught one a few minutes, might have helped him a few ounces. About 10 minutes ago.
Gosh, dang. There's a 3-pounder with him. Jeez. There was a big one with him. 2 3/4 at least. No wonder he bit it so hard. He was trying to get it away from that one.
Part of what makes our sport so interesting. How many times does a fish that weighs a pound more than the other one get your bait, or vice versa, something that's totally out of your control?
Come on, scale.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Gonna help him a little.
Did we say 2-3?
Yeah, I think so.
I think he said he's getting rid of fish number 3.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wesley Gore's winning as a 2-6, got him over 10 pounds, and he moved up about 18 spots from right on the bubble to 30th. There's going to be a lot of ties tomorrow after day 2. It's like 5 guys with the exact same weight in every position.
So the tiebreaker tomorrow, if there's a couple people tied, it's whoever has the biggest single-day bag out of the duo. So, Tommy, if you have 10-2 and 10-3, and I've got 10-1 and 10-4, and we have the same total weight, my 10-4 bag gets me in over you. And if there's other, let's just say it's the identical bags both days, it'll be then. It'll be the, I'm getting talked to in my ear. Just so much trash talk. I'm trying to paint the picture, you know, we're just getting trash talked out of here.
So I'll have to say that for once Mike and I were thinking, I was like, so how did I know that scenario Ronnie was going to win the tiebreaker?
Oh, yeah, Tommy had the chance to provide the scenario where he was on the better side of it, but you know.
There's a common hero in most of Ronnie's scenarios.
Yeah, I can't.
It's Ronnie.
I get enough flack on I can't self-deprecate myself. I got to think highly of myself, you know. You know I got ounces. I'm putting some weights in my fish. I'm just kidding. We're not doing that.
Oh, listen.
So, Ronnie, are we going to give you the PowerPole replay?
Yeah,
because you just want to check.
Tied.
I mean, I hear the music and we're talking about
I've done an extra hour of Bass Live compared to him. I got the tiebreaker today.
But you're going to take a little time off this afternoon.
Yeah.
Oh, we're
Wesley
having
Gore,
fun.
afternoon. PowerPole replay of the day. What a segue there into that one.
Yeah.
Spotted bass upgrade. We're going to see some quality spots come across the scales. Me and Kyle had the over-under. Would we see the big bass of the tournament be a spotted bass? Maybe. It's not a given when you see a 4-pounder come across as the biggest bass that it's a largemouth. So,
no, it's
Wesley Gore, PowerPole replay of the day. Thank you for that bailout. Switch in the subject now.
So, Ronnie, if 2 guys do finish 50th with the exact same weight bags, what happens?
The next one would be it's if you have a limit both days. Like if someone had 9 fish compared to 10,
right,
and then it's number of alive fish, and then it's rock, paper, scissors. No, I don't know what the fourth would be. Yeah.
Right there on the ramp.
They've been begging for fights backstage. Maybe we'll just let them duke it out. I don't know.
Oh, finally got bit on the jig.
Did you see him do the double drop hip, slack line, set the hook there? He thought that was a good one, and it may have been, but he missed it.
Freaking hook, straight.
Oh, wow.
Straight the hook.
The cable must have swayed its way into
I think it was that double behind the foot drop hip. Let's see that again. Yeah, let's see that again. That's what happens to your hook. Watch this. Watch it. We're gonna step back. Oh yeah, I got a bite. It's a jig bite. Here we go. Back. 2, 3, 4. Jerk. 2, 3, 4.
We had an angler specialize in that last week at our Open.
Did we?
Sure. I think was it Messer or was it Trey Swindle? Broke off about 4 fish in a row.
Trey did. Trey, yes,
yeah.
It was brutal.
Yeah.
I was like, brother, you got a spinning rod. You can't hit him like that unless you got 10-pound line. I don't know what line you got.
So Justin is our reigning world champion, but that's the difference between getting a bite on a jerkbait and a mop jig. I'm just saying. A little more excitement there. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Davey called for it. I need
folks.
someone to have a sign that says Davey sent us and just have it out there, please.
Absolutely. It's about time they got here.
4, 5, 6 fish, and not one of them helped. All right, go. Go. Is there a lot of fish there?
JT talking to him again? Can't tell. Oh, is he talking to a jet ski?
I don't know how many keepers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Of course.
Where have you been all day?
I mistaken him for you, Davey, when we did the hour with Kyle. That was the first shot of I said, was that Kyle? Or was that Davey?
It could have been. We had a break. Yeah. That's what Jacob Prosnick said he wanted. Some people be running up and down the middle of the lake and gets the fish going.
Yes, he said that was the trigger.
Takumi Ito, 211. He's in our top 10.
All right.
And that actually puts him on the bubble for the Classic at 40th in AOY. He started this week 60th. That's a pretty good move.
Looks like Jordan Lee's looking at a few of them here.
Dang, I thought he followed it. Dang, those are 2 big ones. I don't know if they saw me or what. He was going to bite it, and he got off of it. Yeah. I don't know where they went.
Trey McKinney won.
He has caught a lot of fish today.
He is. Really has.
That's a small one there, but a lot of them have been solid 2 1/4 pounders.
Yeah, that one he threw away before that, I said, man, he's got a better bag than what's being indicated there, for sure.
Yep.
Like, barely going to be outside of coverage tomorrow, maybe inside coverage tomorrow. Or if we were having 10 tomorrow, we have 6. So, yeah.
Might be, yeah.
This place is so terrible.
Mentioned Hunter Schrei caught a 3-4 earlier. Rick Clunn matched him with a 3-4. Problem is for both of them, Hunter only has one other fish, a 3-pounder. He's got the bag builders, but they're stuck on 2 fish, and Clunn has 1 fish, and they're in the 70s.
Could that be a style thing?
Sure.
Like, you know, if way up a creek, just 2 3-pounders. They haven't been around enough numbers, but maybe they know they can go to a brush pile and catch 3 fish if they wanted to.
And I don't mean this negatively, but just knowing those 2 anglers and kind of what they do, what they like to do, adds to the fact that I think you're exactly right.
I want to remind you about an initiative that B.A.S.S. is a lot of effort behind this year, and rightfully so. Everyone knows some passionate female anglers, and there's probably a lot more potential passionate female anglers out there with the right sort of guidance and cues for making the right moves and enjoying the fishing. They've got a series of seminars. 2 of them have already taken place. We've got one coming up next month, Waddington, New York, and where the women anglers can sign up and get all sorts of instruction on technique, on baits, on finding fish, on making your way around a bass boat, even industry connections and so forth like that. It's Bassmaster, And you check it out right here at Bassmaster.com. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake in Cullman, Alabama. You got not much more than an hour's fishing time when you count run time. Turn to the check-in there at Smith Lake Park. So we've got 98 anglers trying to put as much hay in the barn as they possibly can. Make provisions for tomorrow, because after tomorrow you have to be in the top 50 in order to proceed on to semifinal Saturday. Alex Redwine, the man on top, 13 pounds and 15 ounces. Dave Gaston of Alabama in there. John Garrett, Taku Ito, Clifford Perch up into that top 10. We are in the boat with 6 anglers on this day. Wesley Gore is one of them. Wesley Gore is having a great season as a rookie, and we're going to check in with him right now.
Still haven't seen a wolf pack of fish yet. It's amazing. Like, and I know people are catching them, like those guys out in the middle, that's what they're doing, but like there's been like tons of them, like just aimlessly swimming on that inside timberline like we were talking about, and like almost makes me wonder if that storm made them push out or something. I didn't pay attention, but did it lighten or anything? I don't acknowledge it lightning or anything, so anything's possible. I mean, especially on this place. And they're really
picture to the right like there is not what Wesley Gore is looking at, but it's something similar to what he's looking for.
What they've been doing.
He's moved in a little shallower and talking about groups of fish. We call them wolf packing. They group up and try to ambush. You see brim right there, moving a little shallower. When these packs of 1 to 5 pound largemouth and spotted bass come by, those brim just get right on out of your way. I'm gonna move up here a little shallower.
It's the bully in the hallway. You step over to the side and let them walk down the middle.
Don't make eye contact.
Yeah, no eye contact or they will ambush you.
Biggest fish in that pack was? You think of near 5? 4?
I didn't see one that probably 4.
3.5 at least. Hey, Takumi Ito caught almost a 3-pounder, up to 12-14 in 3rd place.
Wow.
And I spoke to Sunan Hunter Shryock. His bass wreck was down. His 3 other fish came in. He's got 3 3-pounders. He's in 11th place with a little more than 12 pounds.
With just 3 fish?
No.
He's got 3 3-pounders.
Okay.
And then 2 limit fillers.
Yeah.
Shane Hugh doing some.
A couple of 1.5s, 1.6.
Live well management. Is Jordan Lee on the same lake as these guys?
Yeah, very different.
It looks.
I was just thinking.
Flatter.
Take a look at that shoreline. There's not very many look like that on Lewis Smith Lake. I can promise you. Nice and flat.
So please don't fish them this week, because we don't need them to say Davey sent you.
Now, McKinney is in our final flight that's doing at 3:30. Davey, is that today or tomorrow with today's weather? The little rain is having the early one today or tomorrow going to be?
So I've noticed, that's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that for sure because of the change in weather, but it looks like there's a lot more anglers, including Trey McKinney, that have kind of gravitated toward the boat dock since the sun has started to come out, and maybe that's what he wants. Jordan Lee's hooked up. Oh, we lost him. I think it was a good one, too. Typically, as a fisherman, though, if I was an early flight and I didn't catch him, I always said I needed to be a later boat to catch him today, and vice versa. So.
Oh, that's how you roll.
That's how it works.
Yeah, back to that wolf pack, Davey. How would you fish? Because some kinds of fishing, you'd rather see a single or a double out there rather than the whole pack, because the pack is as edgy and scareable as the most nervous fish in the pack.
Well, they are, but they also as excitable as the
so
one.
That kind of
so they'll really like. So it was a great look there. Would see those brim, and you say they're all up there looking for brim, and they just swam right by those couple of brim. Some little something happened to trigger, and all 20 of those fish are after that one brim.
They're
so
on that one.
yeah, you're right. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. They can be spooky because they got that many eyes, and but they also get very competitive and excitable.
Yeah.
So, Tommy, I grew up on Lake Norman,
Yeah.
which is where Shane LaHue, Hank Cherry, Matt Airy, Brian, a lot of these guys have fished that lake. And that's where I was first exposed to some wolf packers, especially on the rocky dock type of lake like Smith. We did landscaping. So me and my dad would do landscaping, and every summer when I was off school, I'd go with them. I learned about wolf packs not fishing, but by working, because when I would weed eat down the shoreline, I would look and there would be 4 or 5 bass swimming behind me. And as soon as a frog or a grasshopper jump in the water, one of them came up and, like Davey said, just triggered. All it took was something. And that's I learned from just weed eating the bank about wolfpack fish because of the way they acted. And you best believe I remembered those waypoints and made sure to check them the next week.
You had a waypoint on your weed eater?
No, I made a note on my phone.
Oh. Trey McKinney just broke a fish off.
Perfect, too. Soon it went, we just...
I actually leave the weed eater on the bank for a good visual, remembering where I saw him when I was working. I drop it right there.
Triangulate the weed eater with the light pole with the corner of the house.
Let's get back to Wesley Gore.
Wesley and Justin Hamner have been fishing different baits, but very similar. The depth range and brush piles, they've had the same plan, whether they've taught this week or not. Probably not. There you see his bait dropping right down in the brush.
It's absolutely loaded.
And that's what you want to hear the angler say. It's absolutely loaded, which means he should be getting a bite real soon. Oh, there it is. See the fish coming out. And look at all the fish chasing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 5, 6 fish chasing the one that Wesley's got hooked up.
I don't know. Feels right. You can see them so deep, you just don't know. I don't know. He probably should. He probably should, but I don't think he's going to make it. God, they're fat. He should, but he don't. It's a pretty one. He gets to go back into the lake. See ya, girl.
That's a nice fish for him to be releasing. Didn't help him.
Somebody knows what's going on, man. Come on. They're working over there. Can't stand that. There's an ounce under my neck smallest.
It's a game of ounces, guys. We see Wesley Gore culling or trying to make culls. Every ounce is going to get you higher up in the leaderboard. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and it made me think of our top 10, maybe some of our guys in our top 15 that are going to be factors this week that maybe surprise you. And so when we look at Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, a couple picks that are definitely improving their thoughts for maybe a classic berth late in the season. Maybe the smallmouth swing is something they're banking on and they can start the momentum early. For these three guys, they are high up on our leaderboard in the top 15 with just an hour or so left in the fishing day. David Gaston from the state of Alabama, the Coosa River, but not too far from Smith Lake. Maybe there's experience that's translating well for him. And guys like Clifford Perch and Greg DePalma, who are known smallmouth and finesse guys, they are starting the momentum now. For Perch, I believe he was maybe in the 90s, and then for Gaston and DePalma were in the 70s. Now they are in the 40s and 50s, just outside the classic cut. They will need a good smallmouth swing. But if you were picking maybe bucket D and bucket E and you were trying to figure out who could maybe harness that, the styles of fishing this week may lend itself to things that we will see in the future events as well. And then when we think about Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, the game mode where you pick an angler and you have to lock him in for that tournament, you can't use him any other time of the year, you may want to save your smallmouth guys for the end of the season. But really, David, we've learned this. Guys like Jeff Gustafson, who had a big advantage for smallmouth, lose a little bit of their advantage to some other anglers, and the new generation of anglers are good with their electronics and can do that. Guys like Alex Redwine and Jay Shakir, they're from the north. They're already good with smallmouth. Do you use them up there when you have guys like the Johnstons you want to save, or Gussie, or Cooper Gallant? You want to save those guys? You maybe can burn them this week. They are doing well. Jay Shakir, Alex Redwine, they did well last week at Wheeler. They're doing well again with Redwine being at the top of the leaderboard for the most part. And then Bryant Smith, he has the biggest single-day smallmouth limit in Bassmaster history, 29 pounds last year at the St. Lawrence. But we said this is much more like his California fishing than those Great Lakes fisheries are. So if you picked Bryant Smith this week, or maybe Shakir and Redwine, maybe you mixed in some of the smallmouth guys and used them early, they could be the ticket for Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, especially with so many of those lineups late in the season, Davey and Tommy, being identical. You're going to have the Takus, the Kiyoyas, the Chris and Corey Johnstons. If you use these guys early, you may get a bonus top 15 and kind of gain a little edge going into the last few events of the year.
That's a good point.
And I only bring up Bryant Smith because I put him on my team. That's really the only reason why.
Well, of course. Your angle is always the
I've got to. If I'm going to do a tiebreaker, it's going to be in my favor, Tommy, of course.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, come on. Why, what's the use of doing it if you're not going to win it, if it's all hypothetical? Alex Redwine on top, as Ronnie mentioned there, and David Gaston. With good bets for this place, and also would be good bets for the next two events on the Bassmaster. That's a great point. This is kind of a tune-up for the Northern Swing right here, as close as we can get to one through the other part of our season. Greg DePalma, another good bet. Greg has won a kayak event, I think, with the Bassmasters also. We'll talk about kayak a little bit later. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake. Less than an hour's fishing time remains today, less than an hour before they crank up the weigh-in. That starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. You've got to talk about that Yeti hot seat. This is the coolest day we'll have of our 4 for fishing, so maybe the best day to hit that hot seat, and that man is going to be Alex Redwine on there. Tomorrow, the day after that, it's going to feel like one of those propane blow torches that they use on the highway crew to take some of the old signage, the old paint off the road. So Yeti hot seat. Good on it. Alex Redwine from Blue Ash, Ohio, coming down here with a plan that is working on this first day.
Alex Redwine had a good tournament last.
He did.
Not last week, but our last event on Wheeler.
Sure did. Great event. Likes Alabama, obviously.
Well, it really seems that Jordan Lee wanted that sun to be out today up shallow. He's been looking at these fish and laid his top water down as much here lately, throwing a wacky rig.
Getting around some fish.
feel good about it. Those largemouth were the right ones. Ain't gonna help. No, he is. Barely. Number one's gonna go. Gives me 11 pounds.
What did we have him at? Suit?
Just a little bit around 10, just maybe a couple ounces over 10. So we made culled 3/4 of a pound or so right now.
That should move him up a few spots.
Oh yeah, and this
in
this tournament, the difference between 10 and 11 is night and day.
He says 11. Bass Track says 10-13. An ounce ahead of Trey McKinney. Jordan Loves Lee is 26. McKinney's 28th right now. There's several others.
And of course, we remind you that the X Factor is about a quarter of the field is not reporting on Bass Track, so that's going to definitely.
And we go down to 58 before there's an angler without a limit.
I was going to ask you what percentage of them? More than half have limits.
Chris Aldane with 4. Yeah, first 59 guys have limits. Chris Aldane, 59th, has 4, and Bill Lowen's right there with 4 as well. One fish for either of those guys. They're in our 30s or 40s, depends how big it is.
Mountainous area, though, the service is not good. A lot of those guys that you don't have numbers on will have limits.
Now, here's what really surprising to me. Jason Christie has 5 for 510. He's fallen to 64th in Angler of the Year, which, if he stays around there and doesn't, maybe he's low on his Bass Track. I don't know. It'd be threatening to miss the Classic. They have to go up on Champlain and make up 24, 25 spots. Yeah. That's not easy.
No, not easy, but
I mean, he's one of the guys who could
certainly do it.
Oh, yeah.
But still, when you have that pressure to catch them in those last events, Davey, is that added and makes it a little bit more stressful?
Sure it does. Sure it does. But then there's some people that
I
thrive with that pressure.
Dock and seen 2 other good ones and cold once. The one was a 2-pounder, but the one I jumped off it looked skinny, but I seen 2 under that dock. I see more fish in that pocket than anywhere. Maybe I'm getting around a couple.
Jordan finished 4th in an open here back in 2016.
Well, we cold up once, jumped off a decent one. And the last 2 pockets I've been in over here around the park, I've seen some good fish. I saw some good largemouth in there, and one of them chased my wacky rig, and the other one I spooked off under a pontoon. But that's all I needed to see. I mean, the bigger fish that I found, I mean, they're just not everywhere, but there's some shallow, the right ones. I think I should have been throwing a wacky rig more than that prop bait, especially when I see them. I mean, all I need is just literally one of those that I saw.
Tommy, you mentioned that 2016 Open. I'm pretty sure he was the leader going in the final day.
Oh, was he?
That was when, yeah.
Sitting good.
He was cut to 2 days.
Oh, was it? Oh, he was the day one leader, and then. Oh, yeah. We're piecing it together.
I seen 2 under that.
Who do you need to catch a fish? I just mentioned Bill Lowen. He caught his 5th fish. He's up to 40th.
Jumped them off.
I'll fax you my fantasy team, okay, Such? But
we cold up to 11 pounds, so we didn't totally bombed today fishing like this. Just keep plugging along. Just takes one bite. Ah. One bite changes your whole day. Looks like you're on them.
Kind of a really impressive season. Jordan started 9th at Toledo Bend, 15th at Lake Fork, 5th at the Harris Chain, 12th the St. John's, 31st at Murray, and then Wheeler happened. It was 90 seconds. It's hard to explain.
Under that pontoon.
I did a story. Wished it was home sweet home Alabama, but that first one was not. He was figuring this could be the place to gain some ground in the AOY race.
Hour and 15 left.
Well said, Tommy. Just Wheeler happened.
Wheeler just happened.
No one would
explaining. No.
Expected that or can really explain how Jordan Lee.
2:30.
Such a bad finish there.
Second place in the points. Actually, top of the points list for short time there.
Yep.
During the Murray tournament, maybe.
And I mean, how many people would have bet that, you know, after the two Alabama events, he would be leading, maybe not win it, you know, because of the northern swing, but gosh, sitting in second place and you go to Wheeler and Smith, you think Jordan Lee's going to be your new AOY leader. That's just why that title means so much to the people who have maybe not even won it, but been close and realized just one bad day.
Yeah.
Honestly, like one bad day can wipe you out. Certainly 2 bad days, and a whole tournament. But you know, even if Jordan would have caught him decent one of those 2 days, he didn't. But you know, instead of, you know, if he'd have finished 75th, he'd still.
Oh yeah.
Would have set himself way back. You know.
Yeah.
He ended up, unfortunately, had 2 bad days, but one bad day at Wheeler really hurt his chances so bad. On the other hand, you look, you know, he's still having a great year, you know.
7th place, I mean,
be within reach. Top 10 AOY, I mean, you take that any year. Most fishermen would coming in, hey, will you take a 7th place in the points for the year? Well, heck yeah.
So hard to do, and like you say, it's so precarious.
Yeah.
All the way through. It's stressful all the way through, with very few exceptions.
Yeah, that's the thing I used to talk about after fishing for a number of years. You know, if you've got a chance to win AOY, you've got a knot in your stomach. If you got a chance to make the Classic, but you're on that borderline, you got a knot in your stomach. If you're having a terrible year, but you're concerned about your points, being able to stay in the elites, you got a knot in your stomach. You got a knot in your stomach, whether you're at the top of the angler year or bottom or somewhere in between. It's just never a comfort zone there.
No, I'm sure that by that knot you mean when little things start to go bad, the deeper in the season, they're just amplified more when you know that you're right on the edge of something like that. It's
just always pressure. There's always pressure, whether you're having a good year, an average year, or a bad year. There's pressure to do better.
If you start a tournament with a great weight, you got the pressure to follow it up.
Oh yeah, you don't want to fall in your face.
Right.
If you lead the tournament going into the last day, you don't want to be the guy that lost the big lead. I mean, it's just
Cliff Prince 12-hour
always
lead.
Pressure.
Pressure is a motivator for a lot of people, though.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Trey McKinney's been going so hard and so effectively. He's avoided pressure so far.
He really has.
He's really kind of floating above it all.
So I mentioned his demeanor being a little different today. I think it has set in with him, realizes the magnitude of winning AOY.
I think that's what it, yeah.
Could be wrong, but I said at the beginning of the year, he's so young and naive and has had such success, he does not realize, 2 or 3 tournaments ago, what he certainly has a chance to do. Yeah. It's just people have fished, without calling any names, there's guys fishing the least right now. I've been fishing for
Here we go again.
15 plus years or never even been close to in his position. And he comes out at 19 years old and does it. It's hard to understand how difficult it is.
Yeah.
When it's all just happening. And he works real hard. He
really
does his homework.
I mean,
it didn't just fall out of the sky for him. But the year he's having it's hard. It'd be hard for any 19-year-old to really understand the significance of what he has done in a very short time. And has a great chance to close the book if he survives this tournament.
No kidding. That's going to make the world look a lot better for him. And it's looking real good already.
But we'll see. I was talking about that. The pressure, if this is why he seems to be more focused and not as talkative, which I'm not saying one is better for the other. Some people do better when they talk, and some people not. But if the pressure is and the significance of potentially winning AOY is starting to sink in, will that affect him negatively in the last 2 events? Who knows?
Could be.
Certainly helped him last year being in the battle for EQ AOY. So maybe it won't affect him because he was in that race last year at obviously at a different level, but it's still significant. Take the EQ Rookie of the Year. I think everyone looks at that person and says, "Wow, he's good.
Yeah,
he's got a future."
Same sort of dynamics.
Here we go. Yep. It is about time they woke up in northern Alabama.
It is on.
There's some wakes coming.
That's the wake maker.
Yeah.
Who they just pass? Hey,
here we go.
Oh, yeah.
That is it. It is 1:22 on Lewis Smith Lake, and we are seeing our first sign of beauty. No, I did not mean that.
There we go. Let's bring them all out. Where's the jet skis? Come on.
Vegeta just got up.
Oh,
there they are. All you gotta
Tommy,
do is say
back and
so.
forth.
I'm not going to say anything else.
Your request.
I think everything is in place now. And we've been saying it since the start of today. These scenes like that are going to play a bigger role, according to all our anglers, in the final outcome, because they will definitely change the fishing conditions for these guys. Alex Redwine, the man on top, David Gaston, Taku Ito, having maybe his best tournament. So, well, we saw him on top of a couple of events back for a little while.
Yes.
During one of those days. Corey Johnston, former winner already. Greg DePalma from New Jersey, and all the rest. A little bit of fishing time left. We'll be right back. TNT Fireworks Bassmaster Elite at Smith Lake. Oh, they're getting ready to go. A lot of pleasure craft out there for a big weekend. Hey, the last weekend before the 4th of July. Lakes like this in this part of the country, that is, or just about any part of the country, that is a big week. Oh, okay.
My apologies if that group is about to hit Lewis Smith Lake. I apologize for everything I said.
That apparently they informed me was some footage from elsewhere. So we won't be seeing those boats on the lake, but we got plenty of boats. Don't worry. Plenty of boats.
Plenty of boats. They are starting to come out.
Well, we got a little fishing time left on this day. Figure in the travel times, probably about 15 minutes at most for Our 98, and most of our 98 anglers who are out there, some of them may have already made their way back to the check-in area. And there it is, Alex Redwine, the man on top, David Gaston, and you look how close it is, 1 pound and 11 ounces separating our top 10. That's an indication. And it's that going to be that way all up and down that leaderboard. Davey Hyde, I don't know, is there a 5-pounder, 6-pounder game changer fish out there that someone might stumble across and change their fortune?
I think we'll see a 5-pounder this week. I really do. And maybe today, maybe not. We do have, I mean, there's a lot of guys we just don't have service with here today. But Marathon Peak Performance, of people we do have a good idea of what they have here so far today, is Alex Redwine. Today's weight 13 pounds, 15 ounces. Hopefully he's maybe even got a tad more than that. But if you notice, he's got 2 3-pounders there, make a big, big difference. But then also the other 3 fish all solidly above 2 pounds. So Alex Redwine, Marathon Peak Performance. Day 1 on Smith Lake.
Man from Ohio, Great Lakes country. We've been in the boat with 6 anglers. We didn't have a whole lot of history to go on with any of these anglers except for one on this waterway, so for sure we're going to go with Trey McKinney, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader, and just absolutely setting the world on fire in his rookie season at the age of 19.
It really is. FXR Pro Trey McKinney doing a good job all year long, but today to me is very important. I talked about it a little bit earlier. You can tell he was a little frustrated this morning, catching a lot of small fish. You see here, getting his limit, but just little by little upgraded, and I think he's going to be very happy when he weighs in this afternoon. What he's got, he's been able to upgrade. Moved in a little shallower. Looked like his plan was to start out for those fish that were roaming, a lot of the big numbers out there. But when he moved in shallower, started fishing a jig, still using his live sonar around these boat docks, but power fishing, using a jig, and he is definitely upgraded. I think he's got a solid limit for day 1 here at Smith Lake.
2024 marks the return of Jordan Lee to the Bassmaster Elite Series after about a 5-year absence. And I tell you what, his season started out just about how you would expect. I mean, he was just stayed right up there near the top in points.
Jordan Lee's been rock solid from his high school days, college days. 2 classic wins already, and like you said, glad to see Jordan Lee back on the Bassmaster Elite Series. I know he said he is certainly glad to be back. Had to have a camera with him on Lewis Smith Lake. A lot of history here. One time lived right there around Cullman, Alabama, and interesting to see him spend most of his time shallow. And you would think with all his knowledge offshore, but what electronics, the advancement of electronics, whether you're talking about GPS, live sonar, side image, and what have you, makes it so much easier for someone with no experience on a lake to learn a lake very quickly offshore. And I think we'll in the future start seeing more and more of this. A guy with a lot of local knowledge might go against the grain and actually be fishing the bank.
Justin Hamner, a reigning world champion, won the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Grand Lake earlier this year. Couldn't wait to get here.
Yeah, certainly one of the anglers that was not concerned about whether it was going to be hot. He said, man, it's going to be a good tournament, catch a lot of fish. I'm excited about it. Has a lot to gain if he can make up a little ground and gain a few points on Trey McKinney. But Trey's not making it easy. Justin's doing his part. But we'll see it weigh in. It looks like just kind of eyeballing their fish. It looks like Justin might have a little more than Trey, but it's gonna be close. There's not going to be any big jump by Justin or by Trey. I mean, I think they'll be close, but maybe Justin can knock down a few points today. And real excited. And I think the way he is fishing, staying in that 15 to 25 foot range, he does have a chance to be one of the guys that catches a 4 or 5 pound largemouth or spotted bass.
Wesley Gore, a lot of people picking Wesley to do very, very well here. He has caught him steady all day.
Wesley Gore, an Alabama angler, likes fishing Smith Lake. Having a good solid start here today. It's just so difficult. It's so difficult to catch that 3 or 4 pound fish, that maybe even a 5 pound fish is going to separate you from the pack. And someone will do that and hold that blue trophy over their head at the end of the week. But on day 1, it's going to be real hard to for us to pick 6 cameras and put it with somebody that catches that 4 or 5 pounder because it is so random. But there is a rhyme and reason for some angler to figure out and be able to catch a better class of fish, and that's just what you've got to do. Everybody we've had a camera with today has caught a lot of fish, fishing a lot of different baits, some power fishing, some not, but a lot of fish being caught. But like Cliff Prince did, everybody knew a lot of fish would be caught on Decatur Flats, but he found a different class of fish.
Did.
Someone will do that here on Smith Lake this week. Figure out a way or a location where the class of fish, the size of the fish is just a little bit bigger.
Be real interested to know how many anglers, what percentage of our anglers have decided to take the route that Jordan Lee took, to stay shallow, right up there on the bank all week.
I'm gonna say at least between 5 and 10 have committed to staying basically on the bank like Jordan. I talked to Brandon Cobb last night. I think that was his plan. You would think that John Cox, Caleb Kufall, a couple more definitely would go that route.
Well, and you think the guys who are good at like a Lake Hartwell, the way Hartwell fishes compared to maybe a Lanier, there are similarities at times, but a Hartwell, Jordan, you could have just put him and said the tournament was on Hartwell. If we watched his tournament today or his camera, we would have never been able to tell the difference because of the banks he's running, the style. You can get away with that, but it's in certain parts of the lake. It's not just bluffs everywhere. There's certain parts you could probably run it differently.
I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Airy is not doing that. You know, that's something you do at Norman where he fishes a lot.
He's won at Beaver before. Granted in the spring.
Justin Hamner, of course, we followed him all the way through the Bassmaster Classic. It seems as the days wore on, down through the 3rd day, he seemed to lean on those boat docks a little bit more as a percentage of this day, and he's certainly done that today.
And you know, even going into last year, Justin Hamner fishing, having success, he is one of the absolute best in the world at using his live sonar, but you see him around boat docks, you see him up closer to the bank a lot more than you see him out like a Kioya and some of those guys, even a Jacob Prosser's like, I'm going out there and
Lake Fork was a perfect example of that. Everywhere he was throwing,
he uses it, but he uses it a lot shallower than guys that you just pin as being great users of that technology. He is definitely one of the best, but if you just from afar look and see, like right now, he's throwing around his boat docks, you just wouldn't realize it as much.
That's why he said in the interviews at the Classic, talking to him, I'm fishing off my instincts. I would be fishing this way in the spring on this lake without I'm just knowing when my bites are maybe coming because of that. And so, yeah, that makes exactly, he's fishing naturally. He's not out of his comfort zone. Like some of these guys feel like they sell out for this style.
And some do more so than him. I mean, it just like any other use of, you know, technology.
To get the best out of it, you're going to have to spend most of your strategy doing it.
Wow.
Whoa, oh, man. Talk about a wake boat. There you go.
Smith Lake Park? I was in the truck when they pulled that over your eyes on the coming back in, Tommy. I couldn't help but snicker knowing that was Hong Kong, not.
What do they call those boats that are attached? They were attached to those big boats there a few minutes ago. Those are not dinghies, are they?
I think that shot's from the Coosa River, that one.
Oh, yes. Yeah. They had the National Rowing Championships. I think that was Auburn and Alabama. And I think Montevallo was in that one, too.
That's right.
I actually think that was Cullman against Gadsden. 2 towns in Alabama there. They're fierce rivals.
Oh, that actually is the brand new multi-person kayak, Tommy.
Yeah, that's right.
Team challenge.
Yes.
That's the next frontier for bass fishing.
Yes. You compete.
Have 14 people on a boat fishing
measuring your fish, but then you as a group, in between your fishing spots, you race, and so then there's another competition aspect.
And the heck with all this technology, using lithiums and trolling motors, you've got to paddle.
You have to paddle.
All 14.
Have to.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's sort of reactionary to the march of technology.
Jordan Lee has said this multiple times, and he's not the only one in this case, but he is really feeling that 1 4-pounder is what he needs, and it really is. And you can just see him. He's like a hawk, knowing that he could be around the next corner of a boat dock.
Well, no, there is actually some real kayak action in bass fishing, and it's getting real popular. That is for sure. Kayak is the actual new frontier in bass fishing. Got some guys out there catching big bass in a tournament setting. In kayak, great season for the Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series, sponsored by Tourney X. Tourney X is the actual scoring system they use. It's based on length and not weight. 180, 200-inch tournaments are not unusual. Got a big tournament coming up from the Susquehanna River.
Good one.
Next month from Lewisburg, PA. Check the QR code and find out more about the Yamaha Right Waters Bassmaster Kayak Series. 2024 TNT Fireworks. Bassmaster Elite Series Tournament 7th stop of the year. Sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. Oh, precious few minutes left on this day one action here. It's gone by very, very quickly. The full field of 98 will have their way in today. Think about what happened there and make plans for making the cut tomorrow, because that is job one, absolutely. And there we go. Kyoya Fujita. We wonder what he's off of our where are they now list. Now.
Yeah,
well, that's where he is. He's in second place.
Yeah, he needs this week too.
He does need that. He's had, of course, had one of the most tremendous seasons of anyone last year.
Started strong here, and then just had a terrible Florida swing. Really didn't kick it up into gear at Murray. Had a very tough, but salvaged it on day 2 at Wheeler. And then boom, needed this.
Landed a 3-pounder a couple minutes ago to get up in there. He was in the teens. And Steve Kennedy, 310, our 3rd largest bass of the day. He's up in 15th place with almost 12 pounds. Wow. And Trey McKinney's down to 31st, and there's several anglers who are looking to gain a few points. Of course, we got 20 guys without Bass Track. You figure half of them may be above him and maybe half below, maybe more. Who knows? We will find out.
Good reason to watch the weigh-in today. Keep up with it all right here on Bassmaster.com.
Yep, totally. It'll be a good weigh-in.
Yeah.
It'll be very, very tight.
I say there'll be about 10 weights that'll be equaled. There'll be guys 10 ties.
Throughout the whole field?
Yeah. 5 guys with 10-4, 3 guys with 10-8, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to hold you to it.
And we already know who's going to win the tiebreaker, so, you know. That's...
Of course.
Ronnie Moore.
When you deal the cards, you make the rules.
That's right.
So the weights are low, but I think we have to just really put things in perspective. When the highest level of the Bassmaster Tournament Trails came here in 04, 05, the weights, especially 04, the weights were much lower than this.
Charlie, we are less than 9 pounds a day to win.
To win. And 9 pounds a day here this week is going to
go home,
send you home in a hurry. But we've gotten, spoiled, is the way to put it, almost, because the elites normally go to the best fisheries at the best times. And there's, in my opinion, there's certainly nothing wrong with going to a place like this time of year and seeing just a variety of techniques and, seeing which anglers adjust to having to grind it out to possibly catch a 3-pounder. I mean, I just think you can appreciate a tournament like this, and first place prize is going to be the exact same amount of money, the exact same amount of points, and that blue trophy is the exact same one that Cliff Prince raised over his head at Wheeler Lake with a lot more weight than it's going to take here. So just put it in perspective, and it's interesting to watch. And it'll be, this won't be a runaway. I don't think we'll have someone win by over 10 pounds this week.
And 4-pounders in half or more of our tournaments this season, Tommy, no disrespect to 4-pound, don't matter You got to catch bigger than that. Fours are the floor.
Yep.
The last two events, Wheeler and Smith, fours are gold, and it's good to see that people are hunting for those until the very last second because they're so valuable.
And it's not like there's mass futility going on out there. We got well over half the people. We got 75 anglers with limits.
We're probably going to see.
Right.
I would be
really
shocked.
Good.
I would be shocked if with 98 pros, if we have to have 95 limits a day. There's always going to be something for a few guys. But I
Connor's
guarantee
the highest without a limit. He's got 3 fish for 9 pounds, a couple 3-pounders. Be neat to see him fill out and get his 3rd cut of the year.
Kenny hooked up.
Oh my gosh, how big is it? I think it'll help. That'll definitely help.
Oh, definitely help.
Falls down, he's done that all year.
Just what we're talking about.
Thought it was gonna be big.
Davey, would you call that the power pole replay of the day?
Let's see what it weighs.
Cole, maybe, but
good
I don't
candidate.
know.
Possibility.
I'm not going to vote for that to be power pole replay today. I mean, we've gotten so used to see Trey McKinney catch a fish that helps him, bumps him up about 10 places in AOI late today. Let's go with the reigning world champion, Justin Hamner. Fishing a spoon around a boat dock. First 3+ pounder that we saw this morning. It was early this morning. Justin Hamner, you are day 1 power pole replay of the day of the afternoon.
Tommy, that's got to be his 52nd one of the year. He's either called for someone else to be power pole replay of the day, or himself has been the power pole replay of the day. Last couple minutes of day 1 winding down here in Smith Lake. Like we said, we've never been here for the Bassmaster Elite Series. It's been a long time since the top level of professional fishing at the time was here in 2004. We've had plenty of opens, but if you don't know, I want to break down a couple key things we'll look for going throughout the rest of the week. At the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, some Humminbird Lake Master mapping. This is not far. This is Goat Island, not far from where Smith Lake Park is in the takeoff. I've got my color shading. Every 10 or 15 feet is a different color. So red is 0 to 10. You've got green, yellow, light blue. Dark blue is where it hits 70 feet or more, which normally we don't even talk about that depth zone, but this week it will factor. And so you see some of these places as you get farther up the arms of these creeks, how narrow that deepest water is going to be. That is exclusively the channel, but then where in some parts of the lake it's going to get much bigger, much more of it is deeper, 70 or to 250 where the deepest part of Smith is. So you're going to see some anglers ride that line where maybe they can jump to a 10 or 15 feet in the red and green zone and maybe slide out to the mid-depth 35 in the light blue zone, or those timber lines that may be around 70 feet in some areas may come into a factor for them, especially funneling back into some of these shorter creeks. And I think I've got one more. Here is a great shot of how many depth changes you can have just on a stretch of bank. You can look and see 10 or 15 docks and think this bank is regular, but some of those depth zones are 70 feet at the end of the docks. But like this, you're going to have plenty of twists and turns. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's at least a dozen, maybe 15 long extending points off the bank underwater that these anglers can fish. So depending on where the brush is, maybe they're over suspended fish, maybe they're riding that line of the 70-foot plus area. That is something to keep in mind. We'll see who rides the bank like Jordan Lee, or we'll see the guys who are maybe fishing suspended fish or those brush pile fish. We'll be able to see some of those things change throughout the week.
I will say this, in 2004 when we were there, we did not have Lake Master. That would have gone a long way, I promise you.
Let's run through our leaderboard, but they're going to make it all official at the weigh-in starting at 3 p.m., just minutes away here, but we'll go through the unofficial Bass Track leaderboard with Alex Redwine of Ohio on top. Kyoya Fujita making a big move. And David Gaston, Greg DePalma, Corey Johnston, Robert G., Joe Shakurit, John Garrett, been in the top 10 most of today. Good job by him. Clifford Perch.
Start looking at those names at Clifford Perch or DePalma. A lot of those guys are the ones that Sucha said caught a 3+ pounder this morning, and that's the ones we've seen in the top 20.
Caleb Kufal, one of the anglers you say might be another one like Jordan Lee, fishing very, very shallow today. A lot of different ways to go about it. Bob Downey, a lot of people picking Bob Downey on their fantasy teams this year. Wes Logan, also an Alabama favorite here. Trey McKinney, there he is right there, our leader in points in 24th place.
Bob's going to try to make the Classic with only 8 events. Remember, he missed Harris Chain.
That's right.
He had a good finish at Wheeler. He's going to need 3 more good ones to make the Classic with 1 less tournament.
Some Northern anglers in there, Schlopper and Felix. Matty Wong had a good tournament on the Tennessee River. A couple of weeks ago, Caleb Sumrall, Chris Saldane, Ray Hanselman also had a great tournament, finishing second to Cliff Prince at Lake Wheeler. Carl Jochimson, Logan Parks, Wesley Gore. We've been spending all day with Wesley out there in the boat. Lee Livesey, one of the top performers in the last 4 years at the Bassmaster Elite Series. Jeff Gustafson, the former Classic champ. A lot of people thought his style of fishing would match well with Smith Lake. Jacob Fouts way up there in points, 3rd place. Points to start this day. Bill Lowen, Matt Robertson, Joey Cifuentes. Trying to turn things around on his season. Brad Pipkins, Cole Sand, Shane LaHue, who's been in the boat with all day. Not being able to crawl into the top 50 as yet, but he's got all of today to do it as well. He'll be out there with 98 anglers, our full field again tomorrow, shooting for 50 spots. Semi-final Saturday. Little wind starting.
That wind.
The wind is going to push those clouds right on out of there for them tomorrow.
Yeah. It'll be a warmer, it'll be a little sweatier tomorrow for sure. You can count on that.
That wind continues to pick up, though. It could certainly help some of these anglers that have another hour to fish.
Let's go hit another dot.
Our updated map that represents all catches on Smith Lake during the course of day 1 of this competition.
Yeah, you take a look there. I'll be honest with you, they're more spread out than I thought they would be, but not surprising. The one section of the lake within a couple miles of takeoff is where I thought a lot of them would be, and there are. But if you look, as this lake has 500 miles of shoreline, there are some fish being caught through most of it, and that's a good sign.
Only counted about 25 fish over 3 pounds.
25 over 3 pounds. Well, that's what our expectations are going to be running towards as we get ready for the next 3 days of competition. That guy won't be fishing tomorrow, but he'll be doing that tomorrow. I just about bet you. Yeah. That is for sure, and probably him and a lot of other folks. That's going to be another dimension that our anglers are going to have to deal with, so just another thing to factor into your, okay, all right. I don't know if that's going to be happening out there tomorrow. Our weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. Tomorrow we will start as we did today at 8 a.m. Eastern time, and Saturday, Sunday as well, we begin at 8 a.m. Eastern, but on FS1. Three hours of coverage on FS1 Saturday, 5 hours of coverage, I believe, on FS1 on Sunday.
Like you talked about earlier today, Ronnie, there's only a limited number of guaranteed days left. It's a lot less than most people would think, and tomorrow is a big day. If you get cut tomorrow, then you only have 4 guaranteed days left in the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series season.
You don't want to put all your marbles into the last tournament, Tommy, and need a top 10, so get some work done.
No, that's a tough way to go. But we will have more of the same for you tomorrow. We'll see you right here at 7 a.m. Central Time, 8 a.m. Eastern.